The hashtag is hash IADS 2023. So those of you who are tweeting away, that's the hashtag. Um, we're going to begin the first day with an outstanding panel on the future of technology. For those of you who were here yesterday, a number of speakers talked about cloud, cybersecurity, metaverse, blockchain, and these kinds of technologies. We're going to drill deep down into these and see which of these exactly are relevant today for what Africa has in mind for its own agendas in different national showcases. I'm going to invite our panelists to come up on stage one by one. Shimel Samekonen, economist from Meshkat, will you please come up? He's come all the way from the US for this conference. So a big welcome to someone who's dedicated to bringing ICTs to the next level in Uganda, in Africa. Shimel Se from Mekonnen from Meshkat. Thanks, Shimel Se. You can sit over here. We'll see them in the order of the speakers. Let me also invite now Chidi Ajuzi, Chief Operating Officer, WTS Projects from Nigeria. Chidi, please come up. He's also been here for the last 7, 8 at least IADS conferences, and he has a ringside seat of what's happening on a Pan-African level. Big round of applause for Chidi, please. Thanks. We also have Elfagid Wolde Georges, Business Development Director, East Africa at MasterCard. Let me invite Elfagid to please come up. Elfagid, the next chair is yours. We're also going to hear from them about what is their global, regional, and national view of the next generation of technologies for Africa. And finally, let me invite Kevin Kesey, Executive Director for Engineer Africa. He was here. Yes, there he is. Yeah, fantastic. Kevin Kesey is the Executive Director of Engineer Africa. Thanks. And with this, we have our panel complete. I have a whole bunch of questions for them, but this is mainly for you, this panel. So I'd love all of you also to jump in with your own questions, suggestions, recommendations, and tips. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's start off with our first round of questions. I want to ask Shimel. Shimel, considering past missed opportunities in Africa, what are some of the emerging technologies which have the best hope for equitable access in Africa? Shimel?
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I missed the first day. I arrived yesterday from Rwanda, Kigali, after attending another important conference. So it's a pleasure to be here. This is a really exciting time to talk about the future of technology because we're exploring how these emerging technologies are impacting Africa. And as he mentioned, my background is I was an economist at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in Washington, D.C. And I've been running an e-commerce company called Meshcart, based in the USA, but importing products from Ethiopia. And we're currently moving our operations to Ethiopia to directly ship from here to the rest of the world. So I'll be happy to share my experience from Meshcart and also from my work as an economist. So when we talk about emerging technologies, that's why we are gathered here. There are three specific emerging technologies that are relevant for e-commerce, and I'll be talking about artificial intelligence and especially the 5G or mobile technology and blockchain. And his question has to do with equitable growth. So when we talk about equitable growth, we are really interested to make sure that the digital divide that exists has to be addressed. I mean, we talk about the increase in access to mobile technology in Africa, but if you look at who is accessing these technologies, there is a divide between urban areas and rural areas. There is a divide between men and women. There is a divide across different demographic characteristics, right? So when we talk about these emerging technologies and to make sure that people benefit from this, we have to address this. And one important way to address this, I think the government should be responsible for making sure that the digital infrastructure reaches this part of the population, not only access, but also it has to be affordable. I've been hearing some stories from different African countries where access to, for example, the internet is 80 or 90% in certain areas. But if you look at some segment of the population, even though they have access to these technologies, they can't afford it. So affordability is really important to make sure that the digital divide is addressed. And another important area to make sure that equitable growth is addressed is financial inclusion. And we have a pretty good example from from Kenya. For example, M-Pesa is uh, digital payment system which has been popular in Kenya and other African countries. And the great thing that M-Pesa achieved is that it was able to open a lot of opportunities for people that were previously unbanked. So they were able to increase the financial access. So a lot of people, because of this digital payments, they have access to making this digital payments. So if you have a good infrastructure, if you make sure that people have access to these technologies, if you make sure that they are affordable, and if you make sure that people have access to these financial technologies, with the emergence of these new technologies, it will ensure that people will be part of this revolution. If not, just similar to the previous revolution, the first, second, or third revolution, a lot of people will be left out of the new revolution. So those are the few points that I would like to make, but I'll be happy to elaborate further, maybe after a few minutes.
Sure, great, thanks. So I'm glad you mentioned the financial technologies and payment. That's one of the topics that came up yesterday as well. Now, each of our other three speakers comes from a very different organization. So obviously, a different perspective, a different take on what the key technologies are. So let's turn to Chidi now. Chidi, based on your organization experience, what do you see as three of the most interesting, promising technologies for Africa?
Okay, thank you, madam. I think there are several new technologies I think will be emerging and that will be very interesting to watch out for. AI and machine learning. AI has been around for a while. I mean, Apple Siri, everybody is used to Apple Siri. Amazon's Alexa, everybody's been using. There are a lot of chatbots that have been around, but the new trends. Why this is still a new thing is still the evolution into things like ChatGPT, Google Bird. You know, quite a lot will be happening in that space, especially on the AI and machine learning, and then of course on the machine-to-machine interfacing. We've up to a scenario now where even within the African space, MVNO models are coming up, hugely. I mean, there are new licenses for MVNOs that have come into the space, even in the African space. So there's a whole lot on that whole machine-to-machine learning and AI that I'm sure will blossom in the very near future. Of course, one more interesting thing, which I think is still emerging, 5G is still emerging. The very common 5G implementations that we still see today are still what we call the non-standalone implementations, where people are still using the 5G new radio and then piggybacking on the legacy 4G platforms. So I think as 5G still evolves, especially when it comes to the what we call the narrowband IoT, because of course the promise of 5G is one is the enhanced mobile broadband, which is the very common 5G implementation we have today. Everybody is talking about faster speeds, faster connections, but the machine-to-machine side of 5G, the narrowband IoT plus band of 5G hasn't really happened that much. So I think that's one more thing to watch out for. That's a very huge emerging thing that we should watch out. And I'll still talk about for operators and service providers, virtual platforms. eSIMs, and that's going to be huge for the market because as people come in and you don't have to start warehousing hard copy SIMs or hardware SIMs. Everything is on the cloud, virtualized. That's going to be big as well in this space. I'm sure by the time the next IAD happens, a lot would have changed on the virtual market, especially for mobile operators. Of course, there are several other things going to happen. Cloud is going to be pervasive. I think even on this hall, as I yesterday, we had a lot of cloud launches. There are a couple of others I met outside at the cloud is going to be the new thing. Like I always tell people, if you're launching new markets, don't launch traditional systems. Go to the cloud, even if it means going to private cloud. But always go to the cloud. That will give you fast to market. That will give you access to a whole lot of tools, especially as an operator. So I think those are the three things I think I will watch out for in the very near future.
Thanks, Chidi. I'm glad you mentioned virtualization. Let's turn now to El Fakid. El Fakid, you're from MasterCard. You have a unique global view as one of the top players in this space. Where do you see the technology scenario for Africa? El Fakid?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Matt. Thank you for having me. I think from Mastercard perspective, what I think is that because Mastercard is a technology company which focus on payments. So from this point of view, the three emerging technology that I can mention here is one is mobile payments, mobile apps, and as well as digital wallets. Yeah. because from the point of streamlining payments and providing seamless payments as well as convenience to the customers. These are the emerging technologies that we can mention right for this session. The other one that I can mention is uh, blockchain or biometrics. Maybe biometric. Let me first talk about biometrics. Biometric payments are emerging technologies which can give seamless experience to consumers, which can secure payments and which can provide a seamless authentication methods. Nowadays, we have no traditional pins, right? Passwords and pins. So these biometric payments will allow us, to make authentication very simple and reduce the dependency on pins and passwords. So biometric authentication is one of the emerging technologies that as Mastercard we can mention. The other one is blockchain. Blockchain, as is more secured. So it's very important from creating a transparency as well as streamline cross-border transactions, be it local or cross-border. Especially when it comes to remittance, nowadays remittance is very huge in the market. So the blockchain technology based remittance solutions can provide us cost-effective and very transparent way of payments to make cost-effective and very transparent payments. So these are the three from Mastercard perspectives: mobile payments, digital wallets, blockchains, and as well as biometric payments are the three most emerging the technologies from Mastercard perspective. Yeah.
Thanks, I forget, for not just mentioning the technologies, but also their impacts, such as transparency. Let's turn out to Kevin. Kevin, what's on your radar when you see the most promising technologies?
So for Engineer Africa, our main recognition here is that there is a great deal of brain drain that has occurred from Africa to the rest of the world. So we lost quite a bit of our resources, and the goal of the organization is to try and build a global community that would intentionally increase the capacity, the engineering capacity of Africa. Um, and so for us, what AI and for us, the main things are AI and improved connectivity, which is 5G and drone technology. For AI, what's going to happen, what's going to actually help us is the speed of implementation of engineering projects. We get a lot of various insights and whatnot, be able to feed um, AI models with physics rules and all of that. And so engineers can benefit from all of this great domain of knowledge. Maintenance and predictive maintenance is going to be an area that AI is going to be able to support engineering projects. And for connectivity, our goal is to improve collaboration. Um, and so if we're able to have improved connectivity across Africa, that means the dream of global community can work a lot better. So you can have engineers in New York, Canada, in Nairobi working, simultaneously on a particular project and delivering it at greater speeds. Um, and for drone technology, one thing that we're currently working on is we're trying to use drone technology to reduce soil deflection sampling. And so essentially, if you want to build a road, you need to traverse whatever road segment that you have with a device that drops load and in some cases use lasers to measure soil deflection. Um, and you need to do that, you know, much closer increments. And with drone technology, we hope that we can actually widen that distance and not necessarily have to traverse larger segments and reduce that segment. Actually, in turn, be able to maybe increase the speed at which we are able to cover our roads in Africa with asphalt.
Great. Thanks, Kevin, for bringing up not just technology, but operational issues like maintenance and applications in sectors like agriculture and infrastructure. Uh, Many of you mentioned AI and ML, and yesterday the issue of AI and ML also came up, especially in the context of data. How are African countries going to store all of this data? How are they going to come up with data privacy regulation for each country? And how can the countries of Africa harmonize the regulations with respect to a data strategy for AI? Any thoughts on that, James?
Well, data is the lifeblood of emerging technologies. Without data, there's no AI, there's no machine learning, or there's no other emerging technologies. And AI applications that are currently popular in the markets, they have been able to develop these models and applications because of the huge amount of data they have been able to access and train these models, test these models, and now they are useful. And any inputs that we provide to these AI applications, we're getting something useful because of the training based on this data, right? And when it comes to Africa, of course, there is a concern regarding the availability of data. How much data do we have? And not only the volume of data, but also there are certain concerns on the quality of the data. Because if you have bad data in the system that you're using for your training, the quality of the output also will be significantly impacted. So it is important that businesses and governments pay attention to the quality of the data. And another important element that I would like to bring to this discussion today is when you think of this emerging technologies, when you think of data in Africa, we have to make sure that we contextualize these technologies. I don't know if you have had any chance to interact with ChatGPT or any other AI applications, and some of uh, the responses that you get from these applications, especially in the context of Africa, they are not relevant because these AI models were trained on some data. Maybe that's something that did not exist in Africa. That reflects, our language. That reflects our culture. That reflects our diversity. So when you think of building emerging technologies, it's important to keep that in mind, uh, so that these models are trained on data that exists here. And of course, when you talk about data systems come to the picture, and to do this, the government has an important role to make sure that the digital infrastructure is ready. The government has an important role because it's costly and the government can do it, and private sector may not have the right incentives to invest a lot of money in this infrastructure. So this has to do with spillover effects, and that's a popular economic concept. And if you look at some of the technologies like the GPS, the U.S. government was hugely involved in the initial development of these technologies to make sure that uh, private sectors that are coming after will have certain the core technology to work on. And of course, the private sector also has a role, because if the data exists and if the private sector is not using it, then it's meaningless, right? So it's important for innovation. And you brought the question of data security, because when you talk about data, we have to make sure that data is secured. Who has access to this data? And there are certain concerns, especially with these big tech companies such as Google and Facebook. They own a lot of data. So African governments, we have to develop rules and policies where we have a common interest, and that common interest is to make sure that our data sovereignty is respected when we deal with this technology companies. And to achieve that, it's important to collaborate with these different countries, because we can act alone, but if we act together, we have the power to negotiate with these big technology companies.
Security and sovereignty. Thanks for bringing up those issues. Chidi, what's your take on the importance of data and data strategy?
Okay, so for the African Trade Alliance, the digital trade is one of the components. Unfortunately, there is no protocol developed yet. I know there's a process within the EU to develop the proper protocols for inter-Africa digital trade, but meanwhile, every country is developing its own protocols. I mean, every country has its own agencies developing what it has to do. But digital trade is a reality, both from e-commerce, from even entertainment is digitized. Food purchase online food delivery is digitized online. So there's a whole lot of data that is spread across. There's an initiative by some Africa data centers, a couple of data centers across Africa, to begin to localize Africa's data. Now, the of course the challenge is today we did a study in Nigeria recently on a project that we were supposed to do. We found out that um, the traffic between Nigeria and Ghana, 80% of that traffic is switched in London. is switched in London Exchange as against, between, and I'm not talking about countries that are just neighbors, same thing for several other countries within West Africa. The bulk of the traffic is switched in London Exchange and not even locally within us. So, of course, that brings up the issue of data security, the privacy regulation, the protection regulations, and of course, consumer protection and as well. But like I said, the government has a huge role to play. There's a whole lot of engagements going on with the data centers in terms of them beginning to collaborate and exchange traffic. There's a whole lot also happening within the internet exchanges. Within my community, for instance, there's so far now about 4 different internet exchanges. Funny enough, those exchanges do not exchange traffic within themselves as well. So they get the customer data and switch them to London as well. So there's a whole lot in terms of the regulations that has to happen in terms of data protection and then in-house as well. Then African markets also needs to, especially the government, also needs to begin to look at regulations, for our own inter-African relationship. And I will tell you, the funny thing is that African problems are similar, just the contexts are different. The local environments are different, but these problems are very, very similar. Lack of infrastructure, very intrusive regulations, which I think is something that our governments need to look at. Our regulations should be slightly outside in and not totally being intrusive. Perhaps if we start looking at those collaborative regulations, look at not regulate technology, regulate the outcomes, regulate the services, not the technology itself. I personally don't see a reason why we should have 5G license auctions. I mean, there are businesses already providing telecom services, providing services. Auction the spectrum, but don't begin to auction every technology that comes in. It's going to be endless because it means when 6G comes, you need to license 6G again, and that becomes a whole cycle. So I think that whole interaction, even within the African continent, of trying to localize our data, provide our own data protection regulations, is a very critical component, and I think that's something that should be encouraged as well.
Thanks, Judy, for expanding the discussion beyond data to data flows and switching. Let's turn now to El Fakir. What's your take on data? Of course, your data is the lifeblood of MasterCard as well, but in the African context, what's your recommendation?
Yeah, from MasterCard perspective, data is very critical things. As you know, MasterCard has 55 years experience, more than 55 years experience in the payment industry. So in this regard, MasterCard always tries to leverage, data. So we have the advisory service. MasterCard has its own advisory service. Usually, we leverage, our data. That we our experience right in the past 55 years right to support our partners, our partners, like can be governments, can be financial institution, or any kind of organization that would like to partner with MasterCard. So data is very powerful. And sometimes we are very well aware that data protection is also critical for us. So in this regard, we have a lot of different kind of cybersecurity solutions from MasterCard side that always advise customers right to protect their security. So from this perspective, data is critical for MasterCard, and we are always leveraging our data to collaborate with partners. Sometimes we have various kinds of technologies or cybersecurity solutions right to protect consumer data. Yeah.
Great, thanks. And how about you, Kevin? I can already see a small generation shift in the way you and I are writing. I'm using old school pen and paper, and you're using a digital tablet. But let's hear your take on data and the shift in data.
So I'm a little bit biased. I focus more on implementation of data protection. I have a background as a principal engineer manager at Microsoft, where I work for Intune, which is a device management platform. So my take on this is protecting the endpoints of employees that work for a certain company within Africa. I see there isn't a lot of implementation of endpoint management solutions, just to make sure that data doesn't easily leak from a vulnerable endpoint. And another piece that I am passionate about is localization of data, which means growing the number of server farms we have in Africa. A lot of times we're using AWS and Azure, and they don't really have uh, server farms here in Africa. Not enough. You're routing traffic from North America. Um, that in itself, it's a vulnerability. Another piece that Engineer cares about is moving data from log files to digital. Data is useless to us if it's not digital in terms of AI and machine learning. We can't really apply any analytics and grow the predictive knowledge we get from AI if they're in log files. And so that's my take on that.
Great. Any questions, comments from the audience? I've got a few more questions, but I'd love to hear any perspectives from you on future trends and technologies in data and data implementation. Yeah, one question here. Thanks. Yes, identify yourself as well. We know who you are, but maybe some of the panelists. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Michael. I think there's an important question that you've all raised and shared. There is a great opportunity that lies with this new and upcoming technologies, whether it's being an AI, machine learning, IoTs, UAVs, and the likes. I think it's very important in the context of the digital transformation. Cybersecurity is an important element, understanding the postures of the various stakeholders. So, from that perspective, what are your thoughts and your observations in this space on building a cyber resilience community after using these numerous upcoming technologies? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. What communities are being built up for these kinds of issues? I think, Chidi, this is straight up your alley, right?
Okay, I will tell you a real African story, an election story in Africa, a very recent election in an African country. Um, I would say it was a mix, it was a hybrid of traditional manual voting and electronic voting. Now, this electronic voting system was supposed to be real time online. Of course, there was this challenge of where is the cloud hosted? Where is the platform hosted? And just 30 minutes into the election, the entire system collapsed. And this is a real life story in an African country. So sometimes, yet, and of course, the story behind it was that there was a DDoS attack, there was a whole lot of cybersecurity attacks. So I agree with you. Sometimes when we bring these templates, someone yesterday called it a copy and paste. We have to localize them so we don't create unintended consequences. And some of these unintended consequences could emanate from where are these platforms hosted. How secure are these platforms? Are you putting these on public clouds or private clouds? I always say, if you are unsure, go to the cloud regardless, but go to a private cloud for a start. You can manage it yourself. You can create plug the vulnerabilities. So I think cybersecurity is as we bring in all these huge data everywhere, protecting this data, protecting the platform, protecting access, securing the back end is very critical. And I totally agree with you. So my take is usually go to a private cloud first. Get started from there. Protect the data, protect the platform and infrastructure before you begin to open access to everybody and have test beds. And again, governments have no business investing in very core technology. Allow the private sector drive it and have a lot of test beds around it. Don't just throw a technology in and put it in production. Have all the test beds around it. And that's very important, I think.
Any other comments from the panel on communities for discussing technologies? Yes.
Just to add a couple of points regarding cybersecurity, as Africa becomes more and more digitalized, and as we gather more and more data, of course, there's a concern regarding cybersecurity. I agree with the points that you mentioned, but another important element to the discussion is the quality of the infrastructure that we use for our systems. So if you use chip system, then the implication is that the exposure is really high. Not everyone may afford to pay a lot of money for this infrastructure, but for example, financial institutions which are one of the institutions that are impacted by cybersecurity, they do have the capability to invest in this infrastructure, and the impact is really high, right? So it's important to invest in quality infrastructure. And another element that we shouldn't forget is, especially in Africa, is we have to invest in capacity building. So that means training our own cybersecurity experts who understand the technology, the latest technology, but also understands the local context and also the complexities of the issues that this happens. So I think those 2 points are really important for me.
Maybe to add on that, I think, from Mastercard perspective, usually we always advise our customers, especially our partners, to implement the appropriate cybersecurity solutions when they implement Mastercard products. For example, from the issuing perspective, now the Ethiopian economy is now opening up, and we're starting, expanding, to the external world. So there is vulnerability for any kind of fraud, right, going forward. So in this regard, Mastercard always come up with appropriate, cybersecurity solution for its customers, be it in the e-commerce area, be it in the card issuing area, be it in the acquiring area, whatever solution that we provide customers, we always come up with, appropriate, data cybersecurity solution for us, for our customers.
Appropriate use of technology. That's a good magic word. So, Kevin, in your case, what kind of communities is Engineer Africa building to improve capacity building in these tech areas?
Not nothing specific, but more so about increasing that capacity. So making sure those resources are there for Africa to take advantage of. Needing more cybersecurity experts. They might not live here, in Ethiopia or in Nigeria. They might be living somewhere in, Australia. Making sure those individuals are available for us, and also with your African diaspora, they will have a lot more local context, based on the fact that maybe they frequent, Africa. So that's the main push for us.
Great. Any other comments? I got a couple of more questions. Yeah. Oh, one at the back. Can you get a mic to me?
Hi, thank you. Neil from Wingu. You spoke about investing in quality security software. In your opinion, what percentage of network spend should be spent on security?
Yeah, that's a good question. Any rough estimates on, again, Chidi, this is state of the valley. For any project, what should the outlay be for security, risk management, hardware, software, scaling, and so on?
Okay, so I think the data area, the surface area for data is increased tremendously. So after your infrastructure spend, after the capex spend on infrastructure, the next big spend should be on securing the infrastructure. I mean, because let's go from revenue assurance to actually your data protection to consumer protection. Everything else is riding on the security of the network. So if I would say, maybe not throwing percentages, but if we, after your capex spend on the actual infrastructure, whether it's connectivity or your server farms or your cloud-based side of the business, the next big spend should be on securing that infrastructure. And more importantly, test and test and test. You should have constant test beds to make sure that you are not, like I said, you are not creating unintended consequences. You are not opening up vulnerabilities that you are not even aware of. So after your capex, I think your security should be your next big spend.
Great. Yeah. He's got a follow-up question.
Sorry, but it's an interesting topic. I just wanted to check in the infrastructure space, we see a lot of movement away from capex models towards opex models. Is it the same in the security space where you can rather sort of outsource that security to a provider? I know those services are available, but is it the norm that it's driving towards that kind of model and away from the capex model? So that you don't have to have the engineers, etc. You outsource that to a provider. Is that normal in the security area?
That's a good question. Yeah. How much of this? What's the business model of security?
Okay, so the infrastructure as a service model is growing tremendously. I mean, that's both from but somebody still needs to build infrastructure. I mean, you have. I would take a typical example of some operators. They come into you, outsource the entire fiber space to a particular business, and then lease from you. So that infrastructure as a service model works. On the cybersecurity space, the biggest issue on cybersecurity is capacity, is essentially human capital, the capacity. So you find some expertise in a few organizations who now perhaps now render that as a service, especially lease those out as an MSSP, for instance, which is the commonest model we see today. Instead of you having your in-house expertise to because let's be honest, if you're a telco, for instance, why do you have to have a full bouquet of experts or who are cybersecurity experts? You rather take that to an MSSP who can support your business and then have the proper agreements and data protection regulations around it. So I think the as a service model is growing. It will continue to grow. I mean, you can't do much about that. If you look at what has happened as well on the infrastructure side, we did have earlier, we did have where we have vertically integrated operators, an operator who did everything. He went all the way from right of way to building infrastructure, getting the software applications, providing the service, protecting it. Now you have several businesses around that they have to provide support and services to. So I think cybersecurity will also work on a whole outsource model. So far, you have the securities in place and the legal agreements in place to protect your business alongside.
Great, thanks. We've got almost a full house now, which is good news. And unfortunately, just a few more minutes before we wrap up this panel. So my last question for the panel picks up on one theme which has come up many times already, which is how can industry and government cooperate to assess and promote new kinds of technologies in Africa?
That's an interesting question. I see it as a team effort between the government and the private sector. So should it be a public-private sector partnership because each has an important role, and if both collaborate, I think we can harness this emerging technologies. For example, earlier I mentioned that the government should be responsible for investing and creating the digital public infrastructure, right? And so the government can promote innovation. And another area the government can contribute is providing incentives. So when we talk about incentives, for example, for a company to invest in AI, they might need some incentives. So it may be tax incentives or other incentives that the government can provide. And that has been the experience in other countries such as India and Bangladesh. I've read that the government played an important role in providing the right incentives. And of course, digital literacy is also important because for this emerging technology for people to be able to use, we have to make sure that people are educated and they have access to tools and platform to learn about this. When you talk about the private sector are users of this technology. They are the ones who innovate. And I want to bring actually one story that I recently learned. This is a tech company, a fintech company based in Addis. I think the name is called Chapa Financial Technology. And I learned that this company was able to leverage GPT 3.5, I think, to develop a chatbot. And this chatbot is deployed on Telegram, and their customers can talk to these chatbots and get customer support. So they're able to leverage GPT 3.5. They're able to leverage their documentation that exists internally and use this technology to make sure that people have access to customer service, really efficient service. And I can imagine what they can do now with GPT-4 and also when GPT-5 can come out. So I really appreciated the fact that they learn fast. They started simple because now they have the room to make improvements. And another area that I would like to also mention is when we talk about AI, it's a buzzword. So everybody's trying to develop AI applications, but for businesses, they have to make sure that their use cases are relevant, right? So, I mean, they have to identify what are the pain points for their customers, right? And these applications they develop using AI should address those pain points. For example, as an e-commerce company, if my customers spend quite a lot of time navigating the website, trying to search products, find the products, that's a really good case for me to use AI to provide personalized recommendations that satisfies the needs of the customer, address that pain point, and also for business value will bring a lot of money. So that would be a key result for me. So it's important for businesses to start simple, learn fast, and improve. And also, it's important to make sure that the use case they select for AI applications are relevant and also address the pain points. And of course, the government should play an important role for providing the public infrastructure, encouraging innovations, and providing the right incentives.
Thanks. Digital public goods. That's another big buzzword going on. GD, your quick take, just a minute or so on collaboration between government and industry.
So I think one of the things for me is that emerging technologies should be adapted to solve local problems. I think that's one very important thing. Where we adopt technologies just for the sake of it, it becomes obsolete very fast. I mean, there has been several interventions in the continent that did not survive when it hits the market. So I think the localization of these technologies is very important. And on the government side, um, we should harmonize our regulations. Again, I'm very critical when regulators tend to regulate technology. I think we should regulate outcomes. Very important to regulate outcomes and not just regulate the technologies. And then we had a recent incident where Starlinks came to a particular market to operate, came to seek license from the regulator, and they were granted license to operate, of course. Um, um, the challenge was they had no local ecosystem to support the business. So every time you do not localize every emerging technology you bring in and you do not localize the ecosystem locally to support it, it becomes very difficult for the business itself to survive. And I think that's very important. We should have ecosystems, indigenous ecosystem to support each of the technologies that we are bringing in. Of course, like I keep saying, regulatory environment should be collaborative. If you do not carry the players, the industry participants along, you are essentially trying to extract value from them without giving them any value. And that's very important. Collaborative regulation. I think that's my thoughts on that.
Thanks. And forget quick recommendation from you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. I think most of the things have been said, right? But I would like to focus, when you talk about, government and business partnership, we need to think about, this public-private partnership, right? PPPP. I think this is very important. I think, to drive digital innovation and, to foster, right, digital transformation, in this country, especially in Ethiopia. Usually, you know, emerging companies or new fintech companies, they are so much innovative and they have the idea that they are so much, agile, right, to go to the market. And existing companies, have their own, capacity, right, be it in capital or whatever resources they have capacity. So if we collaborate, with you and the government or the existing companies and with the fintechs, I think we can foster digital transformation easily, right? So PPP is, very critical in this regard. So the government can collaborate with, fintechs, or the government can collaborate with any, emerging, new fintech companies, so that, they can work together, right, to fill, one can fill the other gap, right? The fintechs have the agility, the fintechs have, the innovative ideas and, the technology, and the governments have, the capacity, or the governments have, the resources. So collaborating between, the fintechs as well as, the government, can drive, foster digital transformation in this country. Yeah.
Kevin, you have the last word.
So for our context, I think the main thing is simplification of getting certificates or approvals to do certain things. Like for example, our goal of using drone technology to improve road development and add some speed there. First of all, you need to know. We realize that we need to get approval from three different departments, and we don't know who to talk to. We don't have any. We don't know where the forms are. They're not somewhere. So we need to actually find out who is the right person and then get the right form. And then once you submit it, you need to also proactively track those and make sure that there's activity on what you've submitted. And so I would, like to see governments, streamline that process a lot better. Um, and then another thing too that we also encountered, we wanted to get telemetry on air quality. We have a problem where we have vendors on the streets and they're inhaling all the fumes from cars. We're doing some research on that, and we want to position devices to capture air quality. Now, the process of just getting approval just to do that, position these devices, was just daunting. And so main thing would be streamlining that process.
Thanks, Kevin. Brilliant example there. We didn't talk about drones yesterday, but drones is big, especially in infrastructure management, roads, agriculture, and so on. But licensing is a big issue because each department has its own take on safety regulation and so on. With that, we come to the end of this fantastic opening panel on day two. A big round of applause, please, for Shemelsa, Chidi, Elfagate, and Kevin. Thank you all so much. We'll join the audience now. We now switch to an excellent spotlight on National ICT Showcase, spotlight on Uganda. I want to invite Godfrey Kabyanga to please come up on stage. He's the Minister of State for ICT from Uganda. He's going to share with us now what's happening in terms of ICT advancement in Uganda. That's one of the showcases of our conference. IADS being a Pan-African event, we position it as a knowledge platform to exchange best practices from across the region. So Godfrey, will you please come up on stage, Mr. Minister? And let's have this presentation up now. A big, big round of applause, please, for Honorable Minister Godfrey Kabyanga. Thank you.
Good morning to you all participants. I'm Kabyanga Godfrey Baruku, State Minister for ICT and National Guidance from the Republic of Uganda. I bring you greetings from my president, the old man on the continent, General Yoweri Museveni, my minister, and the people of Uganda. I think you have listened to a lot of technical presentations. I'm not an ICT expert. Me now, I'm going to give you the political perspective of the digital agenda. So don't ask me about clouds and whatever. Those ones you can ask to Chidi. Me, mine is the politics of the digital transformation. I'd like to thank the Minister of ICT of Ethiopia for inviting us to this interaction. It has been really very enriching and very good to me. The government of Uganda is alive to global digital revolution, and for that matter, has ICT among the core national priorities to drive socio-economic transformation and improve efficiency in service delivery. And Uganda ICTs are key drivers to Uganda's socio-economic transformation. And the government has placed ICT at the center of the national planning framework. If you look at our National Development Plan 3, the Vision 2040, and the global SDGs, it's all emphasizing ICTs. And ICTs have really supported the robust growth of Uganda's economy. And ICTs and the digital agenda has become more and more important, mainly during COVID. COVID brought ICT at the forefront, and it brought the new normal, and it is irreversible because Uganda was under lockdown for 2 years. I was talking to my embassy staff here. They said Ethiopia didn't go into total lockdown, but in Uganda for 2 years, we were locked in our houses. We didn't go out, and therefore all transactions were digital, and it's not going to go back. Up to now, there are some people now who are in the new normal. They have stayed at home since then and work at home. So that's where the digital world is now driving the whole globe. And therefore, as Africa, we must catch up with that flu. Otherwise, we shall remain backward. ICT is an enabler to productive sectors. We are now using ICTs in the financial sector, in trade, manufacturing, and agriculture. ICTs are now supporting education and health, but we really need to do much more. For instance, in these sectors, look at health and education, for instance. Every time you go to a hospital, they have to ask you to fill a form. When were you born? What is your father? What is your grandmother? What is your height? I think some of these things now we need to use ICT so that you just have a card. If you have a national ID, just put in the machine and it gives the details, and not filling forms every day. You reach the airport, the same form. You fill everything, and it takes a lot of time. So we need really to move faster than we are doing now. The ICT sector contributes an average of 2% to our GDP. In the last 5 years, that has been the contribution of ICT to our GDP. And in Uganda, the ICT sector is growing at around 14.8% per year over the last 5 years. And on average, the ICT sector contributes around 16% to our tax collections. Actually, the telecom companies are the biggest taxpayers in our country. I think they come after tourism and agriculture, and more especially coffee. So ICT is very, very important in our country, and that map shows the distribution, the network distribution, the backbone, and if you look at those colors, they give you what it is in Uganda right now. And we have a population, Uganda has a population of 44.7 million as at June this year, and we are growing at 3%. Our president doesn't support family planning. He thinks people should fill the world. He's looking for a market. Africa, I was checking today, we have hit 1.5 billion people, but India is still beating us, one country. And our president thinks in the next 10 years we should beat India. So for him, he's not into things of family planning, and therefore every normal Ugandan at least should have 3 children. Every normal Ugandan. But if you can have more than that, we have plenty of food. Our president has said, please, no family planning. So I would like to call upon all Africans to produce more children. We still have land available. And out of these 44 million Ugandans, 22.3 million, 31.2 million mobile subscribers. And then we have teledensity at around 72% now by 2022. We have 13 public infrastructure providers, internet subscribers. We now have 23.7 million. We have public service providers, 25 of telephone. And then we have the national telecom operators, they are 3. And we have mobile money agents. By 2022, we had 429, 779,000 mobile money agents. And I would like to congratulate Safaricom, because they are the pioneers of mobile money on the globe. You know, sometimes we don't amplify what we do as Africa. But if this mobile money was an innovation of Europe, you would even be teaching it in school. But because it is Kenyan made, nobody is talking about it. But I think it is now catching fire on the globe. Every telephone company now goes into mobile money. So Safaricom, congratulations. And please continue coming up with more and more innovations, African tailored innovations. The internet penetration is now at 55%, but slightly more. This is a figure of 2022. We have a number of pay TV service providers. We have 5 of them, including DSTV. And 3G, the coverage is around 89%. 4G is 47%. Some of the people are still on 2G, and it's a big problem to our network. We have TV stations now. We have 48 in Uganda, and we have active TV subscribers. They are around 2.3. So those are the statistics of in Uganda. And obviously, our digital transformation program has objectives. One, we have to increase the national ICT structure coverage, and we are doing that. As you see, we are expanding our national backbone. If you look at the map, we want to cover the whole country by 2025. We have to enhance usage of ICTs in national development. I think I've listened to the panelists very attentively, and I've taken your recommendations very seriously. We must really see what to do as government so that the whole population can really increase uptake of ICT technologies for socioeconomic transformation. What you have recommended is very, very good, mainly when it comes to taxation, when it comes to regulations, when it comes to policies. We have to improve as Africa if we are to catch up with the whole world. We have to enhance ICT research, innovation, and development. We are putting a lot of money in research and development, and mainly the youth. The 4.7% population, 78% is below 30 years. So we have a very, very active population which is not employed, and ICT, I think, will be the shortcut to employment. We have to increase on ICT human resource capital. We are trying to develop skills as much as possible. We even have an institute now, which is owned by government, that trains the youth in ICT innovations. And then obviously the legal framework has to improve, just as you have stated it here. And the objectives have to be implemented through public and private sector, and therefore ICT infrastructure. We are extending the national backbone countrywide. We have been doing it in phases, and now we are going to embark on phase 5. We are going to work on it with Huawei. We are with Huawei from the beginning. I had Huawei's here. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Now we are going to phase 5, which will cover the whole country. We are now working on the last mile. We have what we call the parish development model. We have a strategy, a last mile strategy, to get the remaining 39% of households which are still under subsistence. We have designed a strategy for them. It's called parish development model. We want to start planning from parish level, and this parish development model is ICT driven, because we shall monitor them using the parish development model management information system, and that system has been designed by my ministry. So we must ensure there is internet at the parish. So we are already working with Huawei on the last mile, last mile connectivity, but we shall do it concurrently with the national backbone. And we are trying to strengthen cyber security in the country. We already have a law on cyber security, and we have a team from the Ministry of ICT, Defense, Internal Affairs, and other stakeholders who are monitoring this. As technology improves, the risks also increase. So we have to be very, very careful as government to see that, because there is now a lot of cyber fraud, and it has affected banks, mobile money, and the like. So we have to be very, very careful. So we are also trying to work on that. We are integrating services into e-citizen portals and creating awareness. We are digitizing available local content so that you can get it with ease. We are also doing a lot of digital literacy to interest groups, women, the youth, and people with disabilities. And we are also reviewing and developing appropriate policies and strategies so that they can be more friendly, to create a very conducive environment for the private sector to come in and supplement government efforts, because we cannot handle digitization as government alone. We are developing innovation and incubation centers. We support local innovations and promote export of knowledge. We have already a fund for the youth under President's office, which is managed by my ministry, and we assist the startups because we know money in Africa here, the problem is money is very, very expensive, and we shall ensure that we develop. We are reviewing an implementation of ICT training curriculums, mainly in schools. We are developing ICT centers of excellence and vocational institutes. So we want also to reduce, we are trying to reduce our targets. We want to reduce the prices of phones, at least by 40%. We are negotiating with the Ministry of Finance to see how we can reduce taxation. And by July, our internet, the price of internet, the rates of internet per megabyte per second will be at $30 from $70. We have decided as a ministry, and we are going to do that. I need to rush faster. Obviously, you can read these other things here, but we are also trying to promote digital solutions, homegrown digital solutions, which are very important. Recently, we closed Facebook and everybody was up in arms. But we said we are a sovereign state. Facebook will not preside over us. We must preside over Facebook. You either follow our laws or you go to hell. And that one has assisted us because so many people have come up with platforms which are now working similar to Facebook. But now we are negotiating with Facebook and they are listening to us because for 2 years there is no Facebook. Those who want to access Facebook, they can go to VPN. We don't care. But there's no company which will come to Uganda and start dictating to a sovereign state. That one we can't accept. And that one has given rise to our people to go into it. But we are also having what we call some funding, Uganda Communication Universal Services Access Fund. And this fund is going into developing ICT hubs. We even reached a point where the poor who were still using 2G, we bought them phones, 3G, so that they can be hooked on the internet. Because the more people are hooked on the internet, the cheaper the cost. So we even went to do that. So we are even establishing hubs in schools and all that. But we are also collaborating with the international agencies, and we are working well with them. And the digital divide, we have challenges, obviously, in the digital divide, high costs of devices, we have insufficient skills. You have talked about that. We have growing cyber threats, low levels of digital literacy, and low levels of export. But what we need most is collaboration as Africa. I came here and MTN was welcoming me, that you can call home and you will be charged 10,500 shillings, which is $3 per what? Per minute. Calling home. I decided not to call home because it is very expensive to call home. So why can't we collaborate as African governments and we have one single network? And because it is more expensive, it's as if a call is paying a visa. It's very, very expensive. And yet we are African states. We cannot move unless we collaborate and harmonize all these regulations, policies, and rates. And we shall remain struggling if we don't do that. So these conferences, these summits should be called more and more. And we come to a point, even East Africa itself, we are still struggling. And we are talking about African free zones. How can Africa establish free zones when communication is very what? Expensive. So what free zones are you trying to put in place? So I thank you for calling us. We have to be flexible and we have to leverage on all these things. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause, please, for Honorable Minister Godfrey Kabyanga, Minister of State of ICT for Uganda. Thanks for not just sharing with us what's happening in Uganda, but what's important for regional integration of ICTs. We now come to another panel discussion. Before a coffee break, let me invite on stage the moderator for this panel on rural community access, Adrian Hall, COO of Extenture. Big round of applause, please, for my colleague Adrian. And joining him on the stage will be Prakhar Vashisht. Prakhar Vashisht is the Director for Southern Africa for Hughes Network Systems. Prakhar, will you please come up on stage? Also joining them will be Gamze Aydin, VP of Sales for Middle East and Africa Carriers from Avanti. Gamze, will you please come up? And also the third panelist is going to be Yahya Banafa, Head of Network Planning and Engineering at Safaricom Ethiopia. We heard a lot about Safaricom already. Let's hear some more. Okay, so Adrian, over to you. You have 45 minutes for this session before we go on to a panel break. And once again, with a few opening remarks, we also open up the floor to questions from the audience. So please do tap into the expertise, the firepower on stage over here. And this is going to be ably moderated by my colleague, Adrian Hall. Skip it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Round of applause, please, for Adrian and the panel. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? Put your hands up if you're still with us. Awake? Look at that. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Welcome to our illustrious panel. We're covering a subject here which is a perennial subject that is bridging the digital divide. It's something we've been talking about at IAD summits for the last 20 years. And we're still talking about it. What I want to do with this panel is think about it slightly differently. So we know, for instance, that access to affordable and meaningful internet connectivity is a fundamental right. And we've heard it said that it's seen as a utility. It's as important as water, as electricity, as other key requirements for life. And that's a big claim. Some people have questioned, is it true? Should we really be thinking of it like that? Well, it is, because in the communities that are underserved and unserved, they're quite often in remote areas, and it's the only way that they can access education, healthcare, job opportunities. It matters. These people are not looking for the next episode of the latest blockbuster on Netflix, and they're not downloading the latest iTunes or Spotify. These are meaningful requirements that they have. So I wanted to start this panel by giving a brief illustration of where we are at the moment. As I said, we've been talking about this for 20 years, but this is an interesting slide from the ITU. Interesting when you think that the only countries on this slide are least developed countries. It's not a comparison with global leaders in telecoms and ICT, and yet the dots in green are all African countries. And what's also interesting is that as you look along the bottom line, the bottom axis, there are some African countries heading towards that 100% connectivity, which is great, and congratulations to those that are. But when you look along the vertical axis, that's energy. And you can see that most of the African countries there, they sit at or below the 50% mark. Great connectivity without energy is useless, as you can't access it. So there's two things that have to happen in parallel. We need improvements in the connectivity. We need also access and improvements to the energy sources. So that's something to keep in mind. Another illustration, which I wanted to show, because sometimes looking at things in a different way makes you think slightly differently. This illustration, all of the countries in green, they're the leaders in ICT development. There's no African countries in green. So this is where we're at. And I'm not saying it because I want to point any fingers or anything, but because when you start a journey, you've got to know where you're setting off from. Because we need to know where we're going to go, but we need to know where we're setting off from to get there. So this is where we are. That's a reality. And there's good reason for it. When you look at what needs to be done in order to get to the levels that some of those other countries are at, there's a huge investment required. So you can see that by 2030, there's a huge requirement for a 4G base station implementation. There's a huge cost involved in over $100 billion in managing that. The illustration on the right is interesting because it illustrates that not only is $819.7 billion required to develop the digital infrastructure, but also $2.5 billion is also required for regulation and policy. So investment is required. This slide I thought was perhaps the most interesting, because when we think about connecting the rural areas, we think about the infrastructure. Actually, the coverage gap is not massive. Coverage gap, when you look at the area in grey at the top of this, is not huge, and it's improved greatly. What needs the greatest improvement is the usage gap. So that's why with this panel that we have today, we're going to focus looking at, from the perspectives of our panelists here, what can we do to address the usage gap as well as the coverage gap? And so what I want to do first is to introduce our panelists, allow them to introduce themselves briefly, and to say what, as individual organizations, they're doing and how they're looking to address the usage gap as well as the connectivity gap. So if I could start with Yahya. I think maybe if I move out of your way.
Thank you very much. My name is Yahya Banafa from Safaricom Ethiopia, head of network planning and engineering. Previously, I had the opportunity to work in Kenya, where we managed to bridge the gap from a 96% coverage by population to 99%. However, with the dependencies in mind that our moderator has just mentioned, it took us almost 4 years to do that. Yeah. So similarly, in Ethiopia, we are cognizant of the fact that the Ethiopian population, almost 70% of it is in the rural areas. So definitely a lot of challenges in ensuring that we bridge that divide. But we are doing that together in collaboration with the government and other key stakeholders, including the incumbent, Ethiotel, and we hope to bridge that divide. Thank you.
Thank you, Yahya. So then, can I ask also for Praka to give a brief introduction to Hughes and what they're doing in relation to bridging the digital divide?
Thanks. Hi, I'm Prakhar Vashisht. I'm Director Sales for Middle East and Africa. Take care of about 22 countries for Hughes Network Systems. We are a 50-year-old company, and we pride ourselves that we provide satellite connectivity and technology for our partners, not only in specific countries, but about 100 countries, more than 100 countries in the world. In terms of what satellite can do for rural connectivity is well known because it's very fast, and it's fast to deploy, and it's very accessible. What we are doing currently across the globe is we are also a service company in the Americas, Europe, and India. So we are providing rural connectivity and community Wi-Fi to about 5,000 sites in these locations. And these are some of the very rural sites where people do not have enough ticket size to spend. But providing access and providing a aggregation of capacity over satellite helps them get connected, and it also contributes to the GDP of that country. We work through our partners such as the telcos and MNOs and the operators, other ISP operators, in providing the technology for the necessary technology and the software for doing the services where we are not ourselves a service company, like in Africa. And here in Africa, we are proudly we are very proud that of the fact that we have deployed about 5,000 sites through our partners. These are not the sites that are on directly done by Hughes, but through our partners, again for teleeducation, telehealth, and various other community Wi-Fi applications using different satellite capacities.
Thank you. Gamsi, same question, please. If you could give us an illustration of what Avanti is doing specifically in this area.
Thank you. Welcome everybody for the second day. I work for Avanti as Vice President of Africa and Middle East Carrier Sales. What Avanti does is basically we provide satellite capacity over Africa. We have huge capacity for Ka band, but I think what differentiates us is for this, especially for rural deployment. This is our mission. Is basically I am the chief of delivering 5,000 villages and 5,000 schools in Avanti. We call it hard yards because we know how difficult it is, how challenging it is, and you need to be patient for it. So therefore, I'm saying that I am just coming in the deep side of the what is rural deployment and rural connectivities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, if I can ask you, so you mentioned that in Kenya you filled the gap, and that in Ethiopia there's 70% rural, big percentage. And you're not a satellite operator, so you have to put infrastructure in. So there's challenges around. From your perspective, though, do you think that it is more about the infrastructure? Do you think it's more about the literacy, the devices? What do you think is the main thing that you can address that will get the fastest
Yeah. So
improvement?
good question. So I think in order to address the digital divide between the urban and rural, I think there is a need for us to approach it from a sort of multifaceted approach. Yeah. And how we look at it is there is a lot of discussions that we need to have. And as an operator, we have the responsibility to shape the regulatory policy of the land. We are currently in discussions with the regulator on how to incentivize going into the rural areas. Satellite technology, of course, is one of the options. How do we make it affordable for an operator to use this as leverage to address that divide? So these are discussions that are currently ongoing. Green energy is also an aspect that is very important, considering the penetration of the grid. Electricity is a big issue in Ethiopia. So we are trying to leverage on green energy. We are also looking at options in terms of technology options like Open RAN in order to be a bit minimalistic in terms of our CapEx spend, so that we make the services affordable. Over and above that, we are also looking at opportunities to partner with the local communities, local government, to develop resource centers in the rural areas, which would help in bridging the understanding of what the technology is all about, and this would really help the rural communities empower themselves.
Thank you. Praka, you might have a bit of a biased view here, but is there a one best solution for improving the connectivity part of the rural divide?
Well, with Hughes is a technology company, so we are not biased towards a particular technology. Uh, for rural communities, I think there is a threshold that needs to be crossed for going on the terrestrial uh, uh, and the usual terrestrial mode, which involves a lot of spend on the infrastructure. And for any operator to invest, it should make enough business sense. Whether the government should come as support in terms of universal service obligations, But till that threshold is met, it doesn't mean that we cannot increase the capability or the capacity of that site. And that can be done through non-terrestrial means, which is very easier to deploy. And the interesting thing that we are seeing is that once that capacity is reached and it makes sense for the terrestrial technologies to come there, these devices can be shifted to the further rural communities and can be reused in the other places. So I'll say it's a collaborative approach. We are all tools in terms of different technologies that are available for an operator to exploit and see which one suits for which place.
Okay. So you see it as a step-by-step process that one solution can be the short term, leading to the next solution can be the longer term. And then do you see then that when there's a backfill of the older technology, the newer technologies, those vanguard technologies now open up the new area and it grows, and that's the way to.
Yes,
Okay.
that's how I see it.
Yeah, you would agree with that?
So maybe just to add, I think from a bare minimum, the network is, the connectivity is the enabler. Yeah. And of course, satellite is a big element when it comes to addressing that connectivity element. Infrastructure challenges, I think, is also a big one. We need to see how we reach that rural area. So I agree with my colleague that satellite is a big one, but at the end of the day, it starts with looking at it from that multifaceted approach, engaging all the key stakeholders in order to be there.
Thank you. Gamze, so how do we make sure that there is equitable access in the rural areas? And should we? Because I know that in some cases regulators will insist that the rural areas have the same access as the urban areas. Should it? Do they need the same level of access? Do they need the same bandwidth speed, the same uptime requirements? Is it necessary? Should they have that?
Thanks for the question. I mean, as a citizen of the world, it's for sure that everybody should access the same rights, isn't it? And being digitalization is one of them today. It's like, water and air to everybody. So we almost implemented over 1,000 sites, especially in Nigeria for rural community. And if you look at the African Development Bank, and they expect the growth in Africa 30% of the rural areas, which is a big number. But nevertheless, I think government bodies should first of all give us the target that those areas needs to be, connected, because without the incentive, as my colleague says, it's not easy for commercial organizations to go and invest there. So we need a direction for sure. But when you enable those, especially for health services, educational services, the employment, which African Development Bank already estimates the growth will come, we see that if cost is a big element of it. So you need to enable MNOs so that they can go and invest that site from a satellite vendor perspective. So when you see it, when you invest for 6 months, 9 months, you see the growth is coming from that rural site. So and suddenly the increase of the growth is substantial.
So then, do you think, again, we're saying it's an incremental growth?
Yes, it is.
So when a regulator sets targets for what you should be achieving as an operator, at least. For a satellite operator, it's like, because you can send your signals to the rural area as easy as you can.
Yes, yes.
I'm thinking from a
Absolutely.
MNO perspective as well, because you are generally the interface to the client.
Yeah.
Should there be like a staged process of, at this point of the development, it should be at this level of connectivity, it should be at this speed, it should be this
For sure.
uptime, and then that evolves, or do you think
Yeah,
it should?
that's what we have seen actually. It's a very because you do not start with the huge capacity, you start with very low capacity. So, and also you look at the solutions that you can help MNO from energy perspective or connectivity perspective, support perspective. So that's what we are trying to do. We are trying to create a business model which is especially for rural deployment. And then when the time comes, because you start very low and then you increase, you give basically a pool of capacity over the country, so that if that site can use it, if they want to use more, they can naturally get it by the technology. So it should be incremental. That's how we support it, and that's how it should be supported. It
It would be nice to have a regulator to give their view, because it would be interesting to see how they could agree or disagree that they could make an incremental policy.
We implement it already, doesn't it? As long as the regulation.
So from what I've observed and what comes out as obligation targets or license obligation targets is there will be specific targets for urban areas, and then there will be specific targets for rural areas. And this is mainly driven by demand. Yeah. So as an operator, I think it's a decision point. What solution do you need to deploy in order to meet those targets? And then it becomes demand driven, because also you need to be laser focused in how you spend your capex. Looking at the end of the day, yes, you are supporting the communities, but also what are you gaining out of it? Yeah, because at the end of the day, you can't discount the fact that it's a business. Yeah, so there is a minimum requirement that is triggered by the regulator, but then it becomes demand driven. And as an MNO, you have to ensure that at least whatever you deploy is future proof. You have the ability to scale, and in order to meet that demand.
I'm going to play devil's advocate here a little bit, because I know that for some operators in some countries, it's cheaper to pay a fine for not covering certain areas than to make the investment to cover those areas. Would you agree?
Not really. I think.
Okay.
May I comment on that? So, I mean, what I see the MNOs are doing from, working in rural areas so much. So think about 1,000 sites that they have to deliver. So generally 20%, maybe more of those sites are not profitable. So, but the pool is, so you have to make the pool profitable, then you can go and still deliver those size connectivity. That's how you need to, that's how we play it, and that's how we give the support. We see that.
Well, if we talk about the solutions, what we are doing on the ground and what we have seen some of the countries are doing is uh, there are certain system integrator service providers that are stepping up to provide this solution. And what they're doing is they are going out in these rural communities, riding on the license of the operators, and doing a multi-operator RAN network, which makes it easier for all the operators to access these communities in terms of connectivity. So it also helps the regulator in providing the universal service obligations, and it also makes the cost of entering these places low, because these are essentially nimble organizations and their cost structures are low. And aggregating all the capacity in that village, and also doing roaming agreements with all the operators, or revenue share agreements, it makes it possible to provide quality services in these rural areas.
So just to add, I think I said not really, for the simple reason that if your purpose is to transform lives, sometimes it goes beyond profitability. Yeah. If I give you an example of what I just mentioned in the beginning, in Kenya we took 4 years in order to cover 3% of the country, and that required a lot of resources, but also it required us to be creative in how we address that divide. Yeah. So the cost element, of course, is there, but you have to be creative in how you manage the cost. At the same time, you look at what is your purpose as an organization. And at the end of the day, once you see that those communities accessing the services, then it gives you that pleasure that you have achieved your objective.
So I'm going to qualify my question in a way and a justification from an MNO's perspective as well. So when I'm talking about the rural obligations that are imposed by a regulator, sometimes it's not about the service you have to deliver, it's your uptime that you have to deliver. And when you have to deliver 99.999% uptime in an area where you can't get fuel to the base station to refuel it, and to be honest, people aren't using the service as much in those areas, should that this is where I've seen before that the MNO, rather than fulfilling their service obligation, coverage obligation, they prefer not to, because if they do and they fail on the delivery requirements, then they're penalized across their whole network with a fine. So there is a justification. And the question is really, should regulators be thinking in that perspective as well? That yes, we want everybody to have the same level of connection. But what I think we're hearing here is there's an incremental path, and I think it's a true point to say that over time the rural area becomes a profitable area for an MNO to have its infrastructure there, build it, and they will come. But when you first build it, they don't come, they don't use it, and you can't make sure that it's up all the time, because sometimes you just can't get to it to make sure that you have that. And when the energy, we saw on the slide, when the grid energy isn't backing you up, and you've got to go sometimes in a canoe up a river with a big vat of diesel to try and, who knows what, you might get a leak in your boat, right? and then you don't make it, then your service goes down and you get fined. That's kind of the context to which I was referring. Now, do you think it's valid?
So I think this is where now the regulator plays a critical role. And for example, when it comes to spectrum pricing, we need to get some incentives around the areas that we are going, depending on the geographical locations. We shouldn't be paying for spectrum, for example, that we are using in an urban area, the same way we pay for spectrum we are using in those rural areas, because those challenges are there. And you can't discount the fact that you will always have those challenges. The issue of whether you'll use fuel, it's a discussion on capex versus opex, but I think that mainly becomes a business decision on how you want to manage your cost. Yeah.
Thank you. Let me ask the question to Gamzi. We talked about equitable access across the country. What about within the community? How do you can provide connectivity to a village? How do you ensure that everybody in that, or do you have a responsibility even to ensure that everybody in that village has access to that connectivity? Because we know that they don't always. What do you do? What can you do? How can you ensure that there's equitable access in a community?
It's a challenging question, isn't it? So I mean, from connectivity, when connectivity is there, I think the content is the most important thing for creating a more effective life there. So I mean, the health is the most important thing. So health, education, and then creating the employment. So what we do, for example, with our education department, we also provide not only educational content to the students. You need to provide the content to the teachers, so that those teachers learn more and then they teach more. But we work a lot for education perspective, but from other perspective, I think there is a lot of responsibility going on to, unfortunately, to the MNO. We try to work together with them, but the content wise is the most important thing, so that you increase the life of those people that are in the rural areas. but the content is the most critical thing, like mobile money, enabling them to the commerce there.
Very good, very good. Kaka, talking about health, what lessons did we learn from COVID that help us to understand how? Again, we talked about how important connectivity is. It's a lifeline, right? When COVID struck, people were not going into the cities, working from their offices. They worked remotely. They had to communicate, connect, collaborate remotely. What lessons have we learned?
Oh, a lot. I'll say from our experience in US, and that's a developed economy, a lot of people shifted to suburbs and they started working from there. And not only it was the work related, but it was also entertainment that they would do over Netflix or Amazon or whatever the streaming devices. So suddenly the usage pattern shifted on our network, and we have to then come up with how we can uh, give the same quality of services as before. So from the satellite operator side, I'm sure Gamze will agree that there was the COVID had a big impact on how the usage and from where the usage was happening, and from which beam the traffic is now transferring to which beam. So that was from the technology and from the business side of it. But largely there was a big impact on the rural communities. If I speak of that, because they are already deprived, and the rollout was even more,
Artificial intelligence is going to bridge the digital literacy gap. That means less tech savvy people will be able to use digital technology with the help of AI. Do you think that's the reality in the context of Africa, especially uh, given your observations in the local areas?
Interesting question.
Yeah, so I think AI is an interesting topic, and it depends on how you look at it. Yeah, if you start from where there is nothing, then it becomes a bit of a challenge. But then, if you start where there is at least some level of connectivity, then you can leverage a lot on AI to be able to improve the community, the lives of the communities around. And you would apply this into different facets of life. Yeah, that includes predicting, for example, the weather patterns, issues around agriculture, and this would really have its own niche in the long run. Yeah, but if you start where there is nothing, which I started by saying the bare minimum, then it becomes a bit of a challenge. Yeah.
I think we have a question here from Chidi, and let's take questions back to back. Yeah, this one. Yeah.
You want to answer the question?
Oh.
Just briefly. Yes. Okay.
Of the earlier panel that also learned from right data set that is because looking what is correct looking what is the
Your mic is not on.
Oh, I can't hear. I think the answer was that referring to a previous comment that the content needs to be developed for the AI to be able to give you the contextualized solutions. I think that's pretty much what we were saying. You said Chidi had a question?
Yes. Okay. So my question is, I mean, I heard Adrian referred to it, but I didn't get any response. I didn't hear any response. MVNOs going to the rural communities. Do you think that's a model? I know the MNOs have an issue with, it's like, are you building your platform on IoT, the hyperscalers come in and ride on it. What do you think about the having MVNOs as, begin the rural telephony outreach? Because this is a discussion that's happened severally. No model seemed to have worked. Would the MVNO model be a viable model?
Yeah. So, well, for us currently, looking at where we are in terms of the obligation targets, we are mainly focused in providing that service by ourselves. Yeah. So it's not an option yet, but definitely something we can look at and how that would apply in this local market. Yeah.
Last question from the front. Yeah. Another question.
Okay, thank you. So my points are with regard to coverage and inclusiveness. I think how fast we are going and how fast we are supposed to go, and what are the critical challenges which you want to address in terms of let's say policy intervention. For example, the tower co I mean, involvement of tower cos, how much it is going to be significant in order to enhance connectivity and inclusiveness, and what recommendations do we have in terms of policy directions? Thank you.
Yeah, so I think on that one, I mentioned the issue of shaping the regulatory policy. Definitely, tower cost is an important part of it. And if you look at the license obligation, for example, what we have from Safaricom against ECA is that in the first year, we're supposed to cover 25% of the population. So definitely, there are areas that would need a lot of support. And if we manage to get a tower co that is additional to what we currently are doing, that is Ethiotel and Safaricom, then definitely that would help us bridge the gap. Yeah.
Okay, I think we're out of time, but one last question to each of our panelists. One thing, only one thing that's going to make the biggest impact on rural connectivity that you're either going to do or you think should be done. Please.
So the biggest one, I think, I've kept on repeating, is the issue of regulatory policy. We need to incentivize as much as possible. We need to bridge that gap in the underserved areas. A lot of partnerships need to come into play. Universal Access Fund, I think, would be critical. Looking at also the policy on spectrum fees, considering the incumbent who has been in the country for almost 100 years. Maybe we need to consider also some payment holidays for any new entrant in order for them to catch up with the market. So for me, I think a lot of engagement with the regulator in order to shape that policy to be able to make it easier and more cost effective for the operator to go into those rural areas. Thank you.
I think we heard it from the operator. So that's the most important thing. I can add on to that there are already improvements doing on in terms of the electricity in terms of green energy. That's also a very critical infrastructure component that's required for rural connectivity, and that needs to be addressed.
I agree. I mean, regulatory and being cost effective. The technology is there. It's just the two things that we need to enable those. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we've looked at rural connectivity from a different point of view. Hopefully, you can think about it from a different point of view, and hopefully, we can all contribute in some way to next year being able to talk about some improvements that we've made and put some green dots on the Africa, things that put us up into that higher percentile. Let's improve the energy, let's improve the connectivity, let's improve the services. But with illustrious people like these on the stage today, thank you, Yahya, Taka, Gamza. Please give them all a round of applause.
And thanks to Adrian as well. A big round of applause for Adrian, Prakar, Gamze, and Yahya. We take a break now for coffee. We're running about 10 minutes behind schedule, but that's okay. We can squeeze a little bit from the coffee break. So coffee and tea are served outside, and I'll see you back here in about 20 minutes. Thank you all. Enjoy the networking. Time. We take a 1.5 hour, sorry, a 1 hour lunch break after this. And then we have two keynotes, a fireside chat, and the last two concluding panels. So we're coming towards the end soon of the 19th Annual Innovation Africa Digital Summit in Addis Ababa. So, the panel for discussion now is on social inclusion and empowerment, and we're going to pick up on some of the issues raised in the earlier panels today. One of the earlier panels talked about inclusion from a rural perspective. How do we bring the rural parts of African countries into the digital footprint? And we heard a number of interesting suggestions ranging from affordable devices, networks to different kinds of policy collaborations. So creative regulation seems to be one of the buzzwords of the day, and I think that will come up in our session now as well. So we have four outstanding panelists today, and I'm going to invite them to come up on stage one by one, so that by the time they get seated, the audience will be in the room as well. So let me first invite Savit Tadese to please come up. Savit is the gender analyst from the United Nations Capital Development Fund, UNCDF. We heard from UNCDF yesterday. We're going to hear from a different perspective today. A round of applause, please, for Savit Tadese from UNCDF. I'm also looking for Lalu Yadesa, Head of Center for Cyber Policy and Regulations at INSA. Lulu, if you're in the audience, please come up. Lulu Yadesa. We also have Asmanao Anufu Maginze, who's the president of ACT, American College of Technology. Let me invite Asamao to please come up on stage. Asamao, thank you. And also with us is El Shaddai Negash, who's the CEO of Chemcom Media and Communications. So, El Shaddai, if you're in the audience, please do come up. There he is, yes. Yeah, what are the names? Yeah. And El Shaddai in the corner there. And I'll sit over here. I think we're waiting for Lulu. If Lulu is not here, I'll take over that seat. So, the topic of discussion today is on social inclusion and empowerment. So, the discussion has shifted, as you can see, not just from how to give people access to ICTs, but how to empower them to use ICTs. And we had a couple of suggestions in the previous panel, which is how to enable people to empower people to create their own content, create their own services and products, and become entrepreneurs of their own, perhaps. So, it's more than just how to be charitable and give people access, but it's more of how to connect to people's pain points and show them that ICTs can improve access to their livelihoods and things of that sort. So, without further ado, I'm going to ask our first speaker from ACT to tell us a little bit about how do you see the status of digital social inclusion in Ethiopia and in Africa in general. So, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam. All right. Before starting discussing on the digital inclusion, I would like to ask you or to imagine how you are attached with your communication device, your smartphone. How many times you are checking your internet or your email, and imagine for an hour separating yourself from your phone and so on. And imagine those who are separated from digital connection for a week, a month, and so on, so that you can see how digital inclusion is very important for the society. So in Ethiopia and also in Africa, there are people who are not connected to the internet, who cannot afford devices, and also those people who have no idea about digital literacy. When we see this difference or this gap, we can understand the digital divide between those who are separated in this technology. So when we see digital inclusion, it means okay, how you are working with digital devices. Right now, almost everyone in this room can digitally market, can digitally banking, can digitally or online check the health check and so on. So those who are separated or those who have no access for internet, those are the people who are excluded, which requires the focus and the involvement. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's turn now to Sevit Tadese from UNCDF. Sevit, what are some gaps you are seeing in terms of women's access to ICTs, women's empowerment to use ICTs, and so on? David?
Thank you. I'm going to focus this conversation a little bit more to the work that we do. Just a little bit of an introduction. I know you've heard from my colleague yesterday that has told you about the work that we do on digital financial inclusion, especially focused on the last mile. So I don't think I'll focus on that. I'll focus on our Women's Digital Financial Inclusion Advocacy Hub. This is a hub that was launched in Ethiopia last year in June 2022. We're focused on putting women's digital financial inclusion central to the policy agenda, both locally as well as within the global conversations. And I think I've been speaking and taking notes on some of the buzzwords that have showed up in some of the panels today and maybe some of the panels yesterday. We've talked about equitable access, last mile, multifaceted challenges, as well as multi-stakeholder dialogue, stakeholder platforms, digital economy, digital revolution, ruler inclusion, policy regulators have all come up. And these are all the areas for our concern. We are focused on gender intentional policy to ensure that women's inclusion is topmost in the agenda, because we believe that all of this starts at the policy level to ensure women are equal participants in the digital economy. So our gender intentional policy framework is focused on 3 Ps. Policy, participation, and power. We want to make sure that there are gender intentional policies. Policies are not necessarily explicitly biased against women, but neutral policies could actually fail to address women's needs, women's perspectives, and it's really important to take that into account. The second is participation. It has to be multi-stakeholders, and our advocacy hub engages the private sector, policy regulators, as well as civil society, which is an important component to ensure that women's economic empowerment is central to the digital economy conversations. So our advocacy hub is based on this principle and this framework, and we are located in Ethiopia and in Indonesia, and we have a global hub as well. Our hubs have respectively 16 members globally, 22 members in Ethiopia, and 36 members in Indonesia. I would invite those that are interested in centering women's inclusion as part of their agenda to join us, not just centering, but also elevating women's digital financial inclusion and more broadly, women's digital inclusion on your agenda. I've seen a lot of data that has been presented on broadband reach, etc. today. What I haven't seen is disaggregated data. How is this different? Women's reach versus men's. Just to throw a few data sets for you, the GSMA just released their 2023 data on mobile ownership. In Ethiopia, there's a 27% gender gap on mobile ownership, and mobile internet access is actually at 57%. Just to put that in perspective, Ghana is at 7% on mobile ownership, and Kenya is at 6%, whereas internet access for Ghana is at 26% and Kenya is at 34%. This is the gender gap in each of the countries. So it's really important to also advocate and push for gender disaggregated data so that we have adequate information on the gaps that exist. Thank you.
Thanks, Savit, for those very good insights, hard-hitting facts on the ground on in terms of gender gaps. Let's turn now to El Shaddai from Chemcom. El Shaddai, what's been some of your work in identifying some gaps in this space?
Thank you, Madan. So Chemcom is a management consultancy based here in Addis Ababa. Our work on digital inclusion starts from our work with the Ministry of Justice a few years ago, where we were participated in the preparation of the Computer Crimes Proclamation, the second version of it, which has currently been taking steps through Ethiopia's legal ladder. And in that, our work on inclusion it was involved in putting together research and certain provisions in the law regarding cyberbullying and innovative inclusions in that proclamation that would legislate use and protection of children, people with disabilities, and other groups of undercovered populations within the digital economy. Moving further on, our company has used its corporate affairs practice area to focus on the policy implementation of programs that target digital literacy. And in those programs, we have worked with a number of partners, including Meta, on providing training on safe and responsible social media use for adolescents aged 13 to 18. Our digital literacy program and digital market development programs span 3 countries. We're headquartered in Addis Ababa and we have presence in South Sudan and Somalia, and we hope to expand to other countries in the coming years.
Great. Thanks to all of you for setting the stage on the status of gaps and what can be done to overcome some of these gaps. The question of partnerships and government involvement has come up quite a few times already. So, my question for the panel is how can government work with industry, with civil society to bridge some of these gaps?
Um, Let me just go back a little bit to your initial question around the barriers for women, and then go on to how our platform is uniquely designed to ensure that there is interaction between government regulators as well as different stakeholders within the ecosystem. Barriers for women, research suggests, are related to access, literacy, as well as income and ownership. This is economic power at the base of it. And I just wanted to add that to your earlier question. Sorry to backtrack. Um, our platform is uniquely positioned because we ensure there is interaction both at the country level as well as at the global level between private sector stakeholders, regulators, public sector stakeholders, as well as civil society. And this is all important components of an ecosystem to ensure that women's economic empowerment is set in the agenda. Our members in Ethiopia include the Ministry of Labor and Skills, the Ministry of Women and Social Affairs, the Ministry of um, Finance, and as well as the National Bank. We have prominent civil society organizations focused on women's economic empowerment that are our partners, as well as financial working on financial inclusion. We have private sector actors locally, such as Kafiya and Gabea, that are engaging with us as well on these platforms to ensure that our approach to networking, capacity building, as well as advocacy is at the center of it. Another most prominent part of our network that makes our model so prominent is that both the hubs in Ethiopia as well as Indonesia coordinate with the global hub to ensure that there is coordinating advocacy campaigns around themes that we believe are relevant to this conversation, including digital skills and financial literacy. Right now, we're running a campaign on digital financial literacy. It's a coordinated campaign between all these three nodes with the potential of expanding wider throughout the region. Thank you.
If I can, how about at ACT? What are some? Yeah, go on.
Yeah, when we see the barriers, we have to see the three things. One is the device, digital device, which is too expensive, and the other one is the digital literacy, where most over maybe more than half of the population are not digitally literate. And the third one is barriers related to connectivity, where most of the people couldn't get broadband internet access. So on ACT part, we are working on digital literacy training. We developed our curriculum and also provided thousands of trainings in the past 3 years. That's it. Thank you.
Both Sawit and Asma have made very good points about the need for advocacy and the need for addressing barriers related to infrastructure and devices. I will piggyback on that later, but maybe add on user education. And user education for the adoption of technologies is a very important element going forward. As we continue to build the infrastructure, try to look at policies to make sure that access to technologies is important, the user adoption for the solutions that we build should become very important. And in user adoption, we look at things from a perspective of only subscribers and only potential customers. But we need to look at the usage of technology beyond the monetary value and profitability. The reason for this is the increasing adoption of government-related services that are now coming into the picture. Identity-related services, social services that are now provided by governments across the continent make it very essential for user adoption of this technology. If that is not done, we face a critical juncture in history where we will not be able to address a digital divide that will be beyond us as the technology continues to evolve. So user education, user adoption, user acceptance now becomes a very important part of any digital strategy.
Great, thanks so much. I've got a couple of more questions for the audience from for a panel, but any one of you in the audience most welcome to jump in with comments and suggestions of your own. My next question to the panel is both today and yesterday, a number of panelists talk about the need for entrepreneurship, women entrepreneurs, rural entrepreneurs, and so on. So a lot of suggestions were made, such as capacity building program for entrepreneurs, funds for investing in such startups, for example, better policy for exporting some of the products of SMEs run by companies in these countries, and so on. So I'd like to ask our panel now, what do you see as some opportunities, especially for ICTs, digital transformation for ICTs among the youth and among women, for example, and what can be done to promote entrepreneurship as empowerment for people in these countries?
Okay. That's a good point because I was actually reflecting on that, some of the conversation this morning and yesterday. And we talk about, innovation, we talk about automation, but then are we talking enough about relevance? Are the products that you're putting in the market relevant for women? A lot of the cases suggest that regulation as well as some of the products might not address women's needs, and this is because products are not being designed, as well as regulation is not being designed with women's needs and women's perspectives in mind, which is why WDFI is also relevant because we're putting women's perspectives at the center of this conversation, ensuring that we're taking this into consideration. Why should you go that extra mile to ensure that women's perspectives are taken into the account? It might be because it's the right thing to do. If I'm not making the case enough for the private sector, then it makes business sense. That's over 50% of your market segment that you're leaving behind by not ensuring that you're taking women's perspectives into account. A lot of the time, with digital financial products, for example, we talk about agent networks being a solution to, the last mile brick and mortar, the lack of brick and mortar finance institutions. The last mile solution is agent networks. But then we look at access, whether or not women are comfortable with the agents that you have in place. In some cultural contexts, gender norms dictate that women cannot converse or are limited from conversing with men. So are you putting in place women? Are you putting in place products that address women's needs? A lot of women's economic engagement is focused on the care economy. How much of that is being addressed in the products and services that you're putting in the market? So I'm very happy that you brought that up because it makes me not necessarily plead, but highlight the fact that 51% of your market segment is left behind because it's simply not relevant to them. Thank you.
It's a very powerful plea indeed. Asma Mao, in the case of ACT, what are some initiatives you're taking to access some of these issues?
Yeah, the government has an ambitious plan in digital 2025, where the existing situations are kept as is. I'm not sure to what extent it's moving, but you know, if we want to achieve this goal, there should be a policy and regulation in place where that can consider the marginalized people, where, for example, rural area people or group of people, people with disabilities, women, as well as those who cannot afford to get digital devices and so on. So this is mainly forwarded to the government, where this conducive environment or digital ecosystem could be more improved so that the government can achieve its goal. Thank you.
Um, Adding on to the role of government in facilitating this transition towards the digital economy. Um, in Africa, I could say from our experience in the three countries and also in Ethiopia, there are enough cases and opportunities for entrepreneurs to come off the building of digital infrastructure and build solutions that address use cases. That's all well and meaning, and number of fintechs in the market are trying to do that. A number of fintechs in advanced digital markets in the continent have achieved hyperscaling and are moving from one country to another. One of the things that comes into play here is how do you build impact and solutions that move towards a single digital African market? And what does that mean for local players? And how can those local use cases be built from the onset to be hyperscaled towards continental adoption? And thinking now becomes important when we need to work together to avoid the duplicacies of policies and regulations that happen across the different countries that we have. So more harmonization, a lot of it was being talked about in the earlier panels today, but also building the solutions, building for impact that can build towards single digital African market would be something that should be a priority for players in the ecosystem.
Thanks again for bringing up the topic of the single integrated market. This again is a theme that has come up many times in a number of other panels. Any questions, comments from the audience? We'd love to hear what some of you are doing in this space in terms of inclusion, empowerment, entrepreneurship, and so on. Great. We got a couple of questions here. Let's begin with Kasirim, and then we'll move to the other speaker on the table. Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My question relates to the legal issues that the um, the panelists from UNCDF, raised, and also the gentleman, the only gentleman there, about legal constraints to access to women's financial inclusion. But one thing I think that is seldom discussed on the continent is the degree to which parallel legal systems in particular countries, constrain women's rights. So, for example, here in Ethiopia, you've got three sources of law. You've got the constitution, you've got the Sharia, and then you also got the customary courts. Each of these sources of law affects the rights of women, the access of women to essential social services, including, financial services. Is there a way, to factor that in? Because often we look at the tech constraints and not actually some of the legal constraints that affect the tech constraints. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question on the legal environments in different countries.
I'm going to take a step back from my role in UNCDF and kind of tap into my previous role in activism and women's rights. And I think in Ethiopia, civil society organizations like the Ethiopian Women Lawyers Association has done wonders in ensuring that broadly speaking, policies and laws in place are gender intentional. We can talk about the Ethiopian family law that was revised due to pressure from the Ethiopian Women Lawyers Association. So I just want to play homage to the role that civil society plays in ensuring that laws are gender intentional and women's perspectives are taking into account. Specifically to my role in the policy accelerator within UNCDF, we have, like I stated earlier, the 3P framework in ensuring that policies are gender intentional: policy, power, and participation. Policy, ensuring that the right laws are in place. This can refer to more broader policies around women's inclusion, women's economic empowerment, but more specifically, mechanisms such as the National Financial Inclusion Strategies, which was passed in Ethiopia in the early 2000s. Ensuring that these instruments are gender intentional could mean being critical about language that is in place.
We'd love to hear about that. I cannot comment more on the legal items, but I can maybe share my experience on what happened when we were running our digital literacy program across schools here in Addis Ababa. One of the interesting experiences that we had in Addis Ababa, I think this is very similar to other countries as well. You have a number of religious affiliated schools within our school systems. And to ensure that we would have participation from teachers in our training programs, we had to find ways of arranging time from the regular schedules to arrange the training program. So normally you would do this on the Saturdays and Sundays during their off school hours. But the challenge that we had was a number of schools were Seventh Adventist schools, and followers of the Seventh Adventist faith do not attend school or work on Saturdays. So, okay, we wanted to move part of the training to Fridays. And on Fridays, then we have Muslim affiliated schools. So we also had that challenge of doing the training program on Sundays. And then on Sunday mornings, we had Christian affiliated schools who had other services for the students and teachers who had the different programs. So what did we do? We made sure that our programs become inclusive, and we run it all the way from Friday until Sunday, made sure that the largest number of participation of schools was done. We made sure that our participation of the program was gender inclusive. And in the case of this program, we had mothers who did not want to take time off during the program. So we arranged temporary daycare and maternity centers for them to come with their children, take some time off to breastfeed if that was necessary, and make sure that we made accommodations for people who had to travel long distances to come to the training sessions. So when there is a will and when there is an understanding that you need to accommodate these different customs and religions within implementation of digital literacy programs, there is a way.
We have one more question on the table. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Asna Kogale from the Ministry of Innovation. I am an international relation officer. I have few questions. My question is regarding to Sawit, I think. We have so many universities in Ethiopia, including college, like private sectors. So maybe maybe those university or college have new graduate students from each department. However, they have their own technology. Maybe they have their own applications. Maybe they have their own proposal or thesis, but they do not have financial capacity. So how do you help them, those who have special skills in your office? Secondly, we have an Ethiopian one association known as Ethiopian Research Association, those who have assistant professor or professors. So they are women. The name of that organization known as Ethiopian Women's Research Association. They have their own basic or fundamental thesis or project to solve the Ethiopian socio-economic conditions. How do you help those people regarding to financial constraint or capacity building constraint or any kind of constraint regarding to your office? Thank you.
Okay. So we have to clarify mandate, right? We cannot support everyone. We have a specific mandate under our project. There is a funding facility available under the Women's Digital Financial Inclusion project. The Advocacy Hub provides small grants for civil society led projects advocating for women's digital financial inclusion. We do encourage partnerships between civil society and the public sector, civil society and private sector, or all three. The grant is actually open now. It's been open since May 22nd. It will close most likely on June 22nd, but between me and you, it's most likely going to be extended to the 30th. Don't tell anyone, because my boss is sitting right there, so I might get in trouble. So the segments that you just mentioned are welcome to apply. They do have to structure their projects to ensure that there is a clear advocacy element that centers women's digital financial inclusion. For more information, I'm available during the break. I want to revert back to some of the questions that arose earlier, and I think it's really important for me to highlight, and also as a proponent of contextualization, and I've heard a lot of your speakers talking about contextualizing to the market that you're entering. And one of the things that sold me on Women's Digital Financial Inclusion Advocacy Hub, the WDFI Hub, is that it is allowing space for localization and contextualization. So if harmonizing women's inclusion in the digital economy across the different laws in a specific ecosystem between the customary and the religious, etc., laws is a priority, and our members set it as a priority, then that local hub can actually advocate for that. We haven't reached that point yet in our experiment, but if that's the case, then there is the opportunity and the platform to do so, which I think is fantastic.
Thanks, Sabit, for connecting this issue to the broader issue of localization and contextualization. Any other questions, comments from the audience? Yes, we have one question here in the front. Oh, sorry, there's one earlier. Yeah, go on. Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh. Okay, I want to thank the moderator and the panel for being able to speak right now. My overall statement is that fintech in Africa has the potential to do great things in the financial sector for everybody who is involved. My question is, when will we go beyond potential and get to the reality of the situation and have a practical solution on the ground? We have models, we have examples of successful fintech businesses like M-Pesa in Kenya. Why can't we adopt what they did to get up and start moving and going instead of just really just spinning the wheel? I mean, I know the wheel in life is important, but we're not able to, or for whatever reason, we're not able to put together a concrete system to make it happen. And there's other companies that have proven that they can do it. M-Pesa is a very good example, who did not have all the proper laws or legislation in place, but they ran with it. They hit the ground running, and support came. Big donors came, new clients. People got involved. Why can't we do that here instead of just having conversations about what we should do or how we should do it? Why can't we just follow a model that is already operating?
Okay, that's a good question. Let's hold the answer for a second. Let's take one more question from here. Yeah.
Hello. My name is Hannah, and I represent Manesha Virtual Incubator, which is an incubator that's focused on developing female-led basically businesses and startups. We've seen that female-led businesses actually have a 70% higher ROI around the world compared to their male counterparts. What I've realized is that I started Banisha 2 years ago, and the funding from the UN, from the IMF, from the World Bank for projects like mine and businesses like mine ask for $200,000 to $300,000 in annual revenue at minimum to be able to apply, which leaves out a lot of us who are trying to create a space for females, to create a space for young adults who are trying to create businesses and create jobs. But I feel like it's kind of like the middle class missing, in this instance. Like either you have to be very poor and are trying to get into the safety net mechanisms that the UN and other agencies build, or you have to be very wealthy in order to fund those years of business through a loan or through personal finances in order to start an incubator, an accelerator, or other programs like this. So, if you could speak to potential policy changes that could happen to represent companies like mine that have been fighting for the last 2, 3 years um, to provide a space for women, but don't fit those revenue models that have been set out by these agencies.
Great. So we had two excellent questions. One was on why can't we replicate existing fintech models from other countries, for example, and are there any ways in which funds can be allocated to people more from, say, the middle segments? So, Sibit, you want to start?
Sure. Let me start with the young woman's question. The shortest answer is please join us so that we can do this work together. I'd really love to hear more about your specific concerns around legal and policy framework because we're trying to identify those to advocate for within this context. The longer answer would be I don't think Ethiopia, and please don't quote me on this, this is a personal opinion. I don't think Ethiopia is lacking in legal and policy frameworks. I think we need to be very critical about harmonizing, and we need to be very critical about strategically identifying where we need to intervene or where we need to, as my good friend was saying the other day, advocate for. So I'd love to continue this conversation. That is my call to action to everyone here today. If you believe in this cause, if you think this is central to your personal well-being as well as your organization's mandate and perspectives, then I would definitely invite you to join the Women's Digital Financial Inclusion Advocacy Hub in Ethiopia, as well as the Global Hub to push for and center women's inclusion in the digital economy. So please find me during the break. I agree with you to the gentleman in the bank. I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel. But what we do know about the wheel is that it has been consistently exclusionary towards women. Yesterday, we were here and counting the number of women present in this space. There were very few of us. We did cluster around one table to chat about our different projects, organizations, etc. There were very little willing gentlemen to engage with us. What this tells me as a gender expert is that technology is being designed by men for men. So, quite simply put, the wheel needs to be more gender intentional. And that's something that we invite you to adapt and contextualize. Thank you.
Does ACT have any incubators or accelerators for entrepreneurs?
Actually, we don't have any incubation in our facility, but for the gentleman question regarding the barriers and the solutions for these barriers, um, this is not something that government can give a solution. It is it requires a participation of all stakeholders who are participating. For example, financial institutions, they are expending thousands of or millions of dollars for IT infrastructure, for their data center and for their application. Whereas when we see the participation of their customers to that towards that application or that system is very minimal because the digital literacy is not considered while they are implementing. The same thing for the government. The government is also expending millions of dollar or birr for the implementation of different e-government services. Whereas the training, especially digital literacy training, as well as providing affordable digital devices and connectivity for especially for those with disabilities, older people, women, and so on. That's so minimal. So the government has to consider on this as well. So when we come to the solution, it requires the participation of all who are participating or all the stakeholders, international organizations, private organizations, and the government. Thank you.
Elshida, you talked about user education. Does some of this also involve educating users on how to become entrepreneurs themselves? Is entrepreneurship education part of what you also do?
Absolutely. More educating users to become participants in the value chain. So the idea of a user transition is to first have users try the technology, find use value for the technology that they access and they use. Hopefully, then plug into become subscribers. But the eventual, let's say, curve of what a user can become is a product evangelist. And in that sense, is a user who can champion the transformation that has occurred as a result of using that product and service. Here is where we have then big user adoption programs that come into play, and how you use the likes of M-Pesa to, in a way, translate what a digital strategy or digital transformation strategy would mean in a local context. What does the usage of that product and service mean for the farmer? What does that mean for the son and the daughter of the farmer? And how would their lives be changed or affected, at least, with the usage of that technology and service? And so the ability to understand this, come up with a flexible user education program that addresses these needs would lead to further adoption of technology, but also making users not just customers, but people who then champion transformation as a result of usage of technology. That goes beyond profits, that goes beyond being customers. And that really is tied to bringing in more people to use technology and avoiding some of the exclusionary challenges that Sawit may have mentioned. So this is the way we would like to go as a company, supporting and working with partners who see this as a priority for themselves as corporates, but also entities in government who think that they need to, let's say, address these challenges within their own civil service, within their own government structures, to enable this catalytic effect to take place.
Great. Thanks so much. We have just a few minutes left. My last question for the panel is going to be on we have a pan-African audience over here. So can you cite some examples of how African countries are collaborating or could do more in terms of collaboration for improvement of inclusion and empowerment? You mentioned a few examples already, Sevit, but maybe you can add a few more.
It's a bit half cooked, so I don't know how much I should say. The intention of the advocacy hub is to ensure that we expand to other markets on the continent. We have an eye on Tanzania right now. We're working with the Tanzanian National Bank, and we know that there are opportunities in that space. And ideally, the African Union as well, because we know with the Continental Free Trade Agreement, there are a lot of opportunities, especially cross-border women traders, to ensure that they have safe access to digital financial services. So there are a lot of opportunities. We are piloting this in Ethiopia. There is opportunity for expansion, and we're looking forward to identify concrete avenues to ensure that does take place. Thank you.
Great. Asma Mao, any activities you're doing across Africa outside of the US and Ethiopia?
Yeah, the same which applies for Ethiopia, which we share the same problem, the same barriers with African countries. That's it.
There are a number of initiatives around digital skills that are run by multilateral companies like Amazon, Microsoft, and even our own partners, Meta, across the continent on digital literacy. There are a number of donors supported projects by the World Bank and UNDP, specifically targeting adoption of technologies and women empowerment projects. I believe a number of them have already been implemented in Nigeria and Ghana. Within the East African region, a number of very exciting projects now are starting in Tanzania and Zambia. One of the things that we notice from these projects, apart from those who are corporate led, they tend to be donor led, and they tend to last only the life cycle of where the support is coming through. So not enough enablement of the existing partner, whether that partner is a government entity, whether that partner is an owner of a school system, whether that partner is a civil society organization, to be enabled to continually continue the program and make it sustainable in the long run. So sustainability of these programs is also a very important issue, and creating enough incentives for the partners to adopt curriculums and then continue them as permanent programs is also essential in the thinking of how these projects can be sustainable and how they can be scaled to relevance.
Great. Thanks so much, Sabit, Asmamau, and El Shaddai. We come to the end of our panel now. If I were to summarize this, I would love to borrow your framework of the three Ps: policy, participation, and power. And maybe I can add a fourth one: platform. And we believe this conference is a good platform for such conversations and collaboration. Thank you for the generosity in inviting people in the audience to come and work with you. So please do reach out to all our panelists and see how we can work together on improving empowerment of ICTs across Africa. After all this excellent food for thought, we have to break for food. So let's break for lunch now. Lunch is served outside, and I'll see you back again here at 2:30. Enjoy lunch, but first, please do contact all our speakers over here and see how you can collaborate. With that, thank you all very much, and a big, big round of applause again for Sevit, Asma Mao, and El Shaddai. Thank you all so much. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. This is the last hall, the last lap of our Innovation Africa Digital Summit in Addis. We have ahead of us two keynote addresses, a fireside chat, a panel, and a closing set of addresses. So, one of the keynotes is going to be from Raxio Data Centers. But before that, we have another keynote address on next generation technologies. Some of you who are here in the morning would have appreciated our panel discussion in the morning on future technologies for Africa. We're going to have, following up on that, a keynote address on next generation technologies. And to give us this keynote, I want to welcome on stage our dear friend and expert mentor, Dr. Bashir Gwandu, Presidency, National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. Big, big round of applause, please, for Bashir. Thank you, Bashir.
As Bashir is going to get started, just housekeeping. One, we have a lost car key at the desk, and also coffee service will be running outside, so we will not be taking a hard break. We're going to go through. So if you want coffee at any time, please feel free to go outside and pick it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister from Uganda and other dignitaries here present. Madam and other colleagues, good afternoon. My name, as earlier mentioned, is Bashir Gwandu from Nigeria. Now I'm going to speak to you as Chief Executive of Naseni. Naseni is a company charged with, or rather, it's an organization charged with developing science and engineering infrastructure for Nigeria. I've been speaking at this forum for many years. In fact, from the beginning, I've always been opportune to give keynote speech. I was giving keynote speech as a regulator for telecoms in Nigeria. We started here calling for Ethiopian government to work towards opening the market. We're happy today. We have many things happening in the country. We have Safaricom already operational. I think we have done well so far to get that much progress. And we'll continue. I'm tasked to speak about what to expect in the near future in the telecom space. even though my remit covers other areas of technology. But on telecom, which is the area for which I'm very well known, I'm going to speak on issues that we're planned for as an industry, particularly on the areas of infrastructure plans. And I will take the opportunity also to make to actually bring audience up to date about one or two things that was mentioned about Nigeria in the area discussion that happened this morning. Well, in the telecom space, particularly planning of infrastructure, the work and focus in recent times have been on spectrum plans, because really that's the base. We are not relying anymore on landline infrastructure, even though fiber is getting to homes or getting to sites and switches. We're not there yet. Therefore, we rely a lot on wireless to get the basic services across to subscribers. Now, we're today enjoying 3G, 4G, 4G even more prevalent, even 5G. This 5G effort that coming to where people are, other companies are now using 3.5 gigahertz spectrum to deploy 5G in different parts of the world. We started actually thinking of deploying 5G on 28 gigahertz. That's a millimeter wave. But then the industry couldn't wait. They say, let's keep flavor of the 5G. It started on the 3.5. Now it has become what everybody knows as 5G. Now, in Africa, we have, particularly for regulators that are here present and the ministers, I think there is something we can do to help this ecosystem grow more so in Africa than as much as in other places. We are faced with a situation where there's an upcoming conference in November, December this year called World Radio Communication Conference. And in that conference, we'll be making decisions, or regulators around the world will be making decisions on what spectrum to allocate for future technologies, be it in telecoms, even for aviation industry, for maritime industry, for science research, for different things. But if I focus more on telecom, there are three key spectrum that are being discussed, key spectrum slots that have been discussed and debated heavily in the ITU, which I will start with 3.5, the one we are calling 5G today. We in Africa are generally using 3.4 to 3.6 gigahertz today, but the slot is just 200 meg. Now, we put a proposal out there to say, let's make use of 3.4 all the way to 3.8 gigahertz. Now, it's been debated. Some are saying, yes, we can only limit ourselves to 3.7. Others are saying, no, we want even more, all the way to 4.2. There's also battle between the satellites industry that's looking to keep some of that spectrum for C-band type communication. Now, if we limit ourselves to using just the 200 meg, it means we'll end up with poor quality services in comparison to other countries that are using 100 megahertz slot to give good quality service. Now, why I use this 100 megahertz slot sizes is because, one, if you restrict yourself to smaller piece of spectrum, or rather small, I'm trying to be as less as I try to speak so everybody can be able to follow me in the audience. So if you give small chunk of spectrum, then
you have to spend more money to deploy to covered area, because that means you have to repeat. It's easily congested if it's small chunk, so you have to repeat the use. But if you give bigger chunk, then you don't have to repeat. It means you don't have to have so many towers. Then what means that you can have higher speed. So we can have good speed like all other countries in Europe and other, if we are able to allocate 400, that is from 3.4. Actually, we have 3.3 even. So from 3.4 all the 3.8 up to 3.8 gigahertz. So I will call on all to put the to make sure this happens at the next WRC conference. And one other band also, which will allow us as Africa to also make progress in wireless communication when it comes to 5G and even 6G that's coming, is use of 6 gigahertz spectrum. The 6 gigahertz spectrum have 1200 meg under contention, or that's been debated, from 5950 all the way to 7150 gigahertz. 7.150, which is 7, that is all the way from 59. We'll call it 6 gigahertz. But in that band, there is a demand for that band. Part of it, the Wi-Fi community want to use. Actually, Wi-Fi want to use all of it. Yes, it can be a good principle if we have infrastructure to support it. But in Africa, where we're relying heavily on microwave links to get connectors, if you give 1200, it could well be used as an island, because you might have all the communication at a particular point, but you can't trunk it. So the timing, I'm not sure is best at this time to say allocate the 1200. If we have fiber to homes and to all premises, then we can say let's allocate the whole 1200 meg to Wi-Fi. But I think we can get benefit of both by keeping half-half, give first half to Wi-Fi, second half to terrestrial IMT services, which is 600 megahertz. That is starting from 64, I believe 6425 all the way to 7125. That we can use for both terrestrial IMT services that will give you up to 6G, but you don't have to spend too much money deploying the service, because affordability is a big problem for Africa. So if you go to millimeter wave, you can't really go too far in any sites that you put into place. But this sort of 10 gigahertz spectrum can allow us to now be able to have the ecosystem that give the 5G plus other services that could be 6G and other the incoming services in the future. So that's why the button has been for this, and we're trying to get that approved. I know that many want to see, very high speed, but if you have the fiber, fine, it's good to do that. But if we don't, maybe we can have a balance where fiber gets some and terrestrial services, which we rely on, get in the second part. Now, one other band that's also in contention is the UHF spectrum, 600 megahertz spectrum. Most of our countries are not using the UHF band properly. We have TV stations that do terrestrial services, but these TV stations are probably, when they digitize from analog, if they convert to digital, where we have DTT, a lot of spectrum can be spared for other terrestrial services that can have good reach. Because today, most of us listen to news not on terrestrial services, probably on our phones, or Netflix, or other digital services. So for that reason, it has become necessary to make efficient use of that band, so that the terrestrial services of TV can continue to exist on the lower part of it, which is from 617 down to 470 megahertz. That part, it's possible to have a good chunk of channels that you can actually continue to deploy UHF services or TV, terrestrial TV services without without impeding on progress of terrestrial telecom services in that space. Now, why is this important? We have done 900 megahertz, or rather 800 megahertz allocation in 2007. 2012, we did 700 megahertz with a lot of sweat. Now, if we do the 600, what it means is that we can actually aggregate part of the 800 and a part of the 700 and a part of the 600 to give good speed in rural communities. Because you can have bigger chunk of spectrum by adding, because normally as a regulators, when you are designing, you have to look at the market, structure the market where you have reasonable competition, where you have, for example, you can't go and have only one or two operators because the choice is less. But if you have 3, 4 operators, they can compete. If you have too many of them, some of them will collapse within no time. But if you structure a market where you have 4 operators that are competing, depending on the size of your country and the population, and are competing, then that will give reasonable competition. And of course, then that will now have to force you to split the spectrum in such a manner that it will not be too expensive for companies to collapse, but it will be just good enough to give good quality service. Just like we have done on the 800, we did 10 megahertz slots in Nigeria, 3 slots of 10 megahertz. On the 700, we did another 3 slots of 10 megahertz. Now, on the 600, we can also do 3 slots of 10 megahertz, on which, if you aggregate the 3, you can have 30 meg for an operator, which is very good, a chunk of spectrum for sub 1 gigahertz services to operate. So that is where the debate is internationally on the, because when we plan, normally it takes time for standard to be finalized before the equipment and chipsets are developed and would come to market. So this is what we expect to happen in the coming future when it comes to spectrum space. Now, when it comes to licensing, earlier today, somebody was talking about licensing each service that comes. For example, 6G, 5G, 4G. Now, we have moved from that stage. Certainly in Nigeria, we don't do that. What we try to do, we license spectrum slots, and we implement what we call spectrum neutral regime. That arrangement will give flexibility to investors and operators to deploy services that might come up in the future for as long as the spectrum slot allows them to do so. That is the way, that's how we've been doing it, and that's how we've been promoting over the last decade or more years. So spectrum neutral regime is the way to go. It's not that you always license a new service, because that will be, it's just like tax collection, which will impede the progress of the country and indeed the progress of the investing community. Now, there's another issue also raised earlier today, which I wanted to address in terms of exchange, how exchange are designed, whereby an example was mentioned that we have to, our data from another have to go to London to get exchange before it comes back to Ghana or to Nigeria. Now, we actually try to address that. When I was the regulator, I actually set up what we call internet exchange in Nigeria. The internet exchange point of Nigeria has actually developed significantly. Now, I mean, as at 6 months ago, the last report I got was that they are doing 350 gigabits per second. That's the capacity that they are operating. That means they're really doing a lot, which is far, far better than most. And I think that is a huge progress in that the exchange point is able to allow for exchange of data within Nigeria and with companies, or rather companies that are around Africa that are connected to it. So it's possible to do that, and we've done something like that. And I thought it's necessary to mention that this is one way to go. Now, there are other services that are coming, but these are the key ones that are singled out to mention on the terrestrial space. But there are one more on the space domain. Let me mention that is what you call higher altitude platform. That's another service that is coming soon. And the idea of that is actually to have a kind of antenna in space. Basically, is like base station in space that you can have it within few kilometers up in the air that can now trunk all the signals, just like the same way you do trunk it on the microwave antennas, any microwave link you have. So you can trunk the service across a particular space. It's an aircraft that is running. I mean, the set of aircraft that are coming. We call high altitude platforms. Of course, they use solar to keep them up and running in the air, if you like. So they're not far off. I think if you check, we found that the high altitude platforms are even much lower than LEOs. That is low Earth orbit satellite, for which we're using for navigation and other things. So we will have stronger signal if we're using high altitude platform because it's closer to us and it can actually trunk a lot of the signal. That is coming, I believe, as soon as WRC, this conference I mentioned earlier, is finished and the decisions are made to allocate a particular band to such a service. I expect them to target Africa, especially where services are not pervasive, so that they can cover quickly. So because you can cover 100 kilometers radius with one craft, one platform. So it can cover countries quicker, can cover bridges quicker, and we can have education that goes even to villages. Some of the schools can easily connect. Some of the services can easily connect. Now, these are services we should expect in the coming years. I don't expect it to be too long, but these are some of the things we should expect. I mean, there are others I can speak to, but I don't know whether I have that much time, but maybe I can stop there. I have 2 minutes, so maybe I will hold on, and maybe if you have further questions you're going to ask, but let me go back to my own space, which is Neseni, where I am now. I'm no longer the regulator of telecom, even though I still operate there, but Neseni actually has tasks to develop infrastructure in any segment of technology, be it telecom or others. So we are tasked with building industries in Nigeria, if you like, from raw materials all the way to production. It's our task to promote that. So anyone who has idea in science or technology or science or engineering that we can develop into something that we can produce to solve a problem or to improve our gross domestic product, we are in that space. So we can be partnering to make that happen. So I'll wait for any comment. If anybody wants to ask me any question that I can respond to, whether in what I said or in what is happening in the industry that I haven't commented on that I can comment on. Thank you.
Thanks. A big round of applause, please, for Dr. Bashir Kwandu. Please do reach out to him and catch him at the desk. Thank you so much, Bashir. And we now move to our next keynote address. Let me invite Bauket Tafere, General Manager at Raksho Data Centers, to please come up and give us his keynote address. Thanks once again, Dr. Bashir. And let's now welcome Mr. Tafere. Round of applause, please, for Bauket Tafere from Raksho Data Centers.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wilbert. Thank you for the interview. We have honor to co-sponsor this event. We'll be continuing partnering with Essentia Ministry of Innovation Technology. Much has been said how the role of technology and digitization and impacting the life of people and creating the future. I'll be focusing on how the public-private partnership could enhance the digitization process. Just to say a few words on Raxio. Raxio is a data center company. We have the widest footprint across Africa. We are building a data center. We are building the ecosystem. We have a data center operational in Uganda. We will be opening our second data center in Addis very soon. We will be in Tanzania, DRC, Mozambique, Angola, and Cote d'Ivoire. So at the end of 2030, we have a plan to have 25 tier 3 data centers. Specifically, the Ethiopian data center, it will have 800 capacity with 5.5 megawatts load, which is going to be one of the biggest data center in Africa, in Ethiopia. I mean, I was saying, like, this is critical to have, we are in a critical time to have this partnership with public and private partnership, because we need to a sustainable digitalization process. There are some market data which could be, I mean, a plus and a minus, but we have like 2 telecom operators so far. If you the mobile financial services, the newly added one is Kacha, Repair, Zer, Telebur, Iber. There are around 5 biggest, I mean, the leading fintech so far. There are around 70 transport engineering logistics company which has IT enabled digital platforms. The sectors take around 116. So you can imagine, because of the policy, because of the strategy, digital strategy, that creates a favorable condition for the environment. I mean, startups are coming up, the digital startups are coming up. So they should be supported by a private-public partnership. Panel of experts from the, I mean, they mentioned, like, they highlight, right, there are 6 critical pillars, I mean, that make this collaboration of public-private necessary, like. So I would like highlight, and I will take you also the initiative that the government of Ethiopia has taken, and also I highlight, like, where a public-private partnership could be, I mean, collaborate in the short term. There are like 6 pillars, as I said, digital and sustainable transformation, and the affordability and adoption. These are the critical ones. Devising a strategy also for new services, new technologies, like the robotic, the AI, the 5G, whatever new involving technologies. In terms of having a digital skill and human capital, also the other critical collaboration with the area where the private-public partnership could be collaborate. The other is stress and security. Just to give a few points on the digital and sustainable transformation, you know, the government needs to identify an area where it needs to invest to ensure, considering the future and considering, I mean, implementation of this digital transformation across all the sectors. You know, we should not leave one of the sector behind and take the other for a while. I mean, it should grow together. So government having the right policies, the right partners with the private sectors, you need to investment on the infrastructure that could also serve the future. In terms of adoption and affordability, you know, when the 2 parties come together, I mean, they will bring their own core competencies to ensure that services are affordable, and they could also, the private sector also could enhance, I mean, the adoption of the new technologies, I mean, in partnership with the government or the public entities. I could give an example for this one, I mean, how partnership could bring, I mean, affordable services, because affordability is still an issue, like, so 95% Ethiopian population is close to the connectivity, mobile connectivity. Still, affordability is an issue. Yesterday, the Safaricom team was saying, like, this connectivity is beyond that, so we need to also address those points. So in case, if you take Raxio, like, we are building a sort of ecosystem. So we are bringing everyone in one room. The carriers would be Webspeaks, Safaricom, or Ethio Telecom. They will be there, and we cross connect on this service, and all the infrastructure will be shared, like power will be shared, a cooling system will be shared, and all the infrastructure will be security will be shared. These things will help Raxio in the other data centers to provide an affordable, services. It also, helps, to integrate, the private sector can integrate their innovative services into the government infrastructure or services, like it could be billing or any other infrastructures. That also helps, to increase the adoption rates. The other key pillars why this partnership or collaboration need to be there is a digital skill and human skill. The government may be opening up universities, so private sector is going to opening up universities, but it cannot have achieved, to have a skillful expertise in the area. If you take Raxio, like we are, recruiting professionals, and we feel like there is a skill gap. This we cannot going to see it in a while. Of course, we also doing the same thing. So we are sending our staffers to one of the operations that we have, so that they can take job training. This will be an addition for the market. So a new data center company come in, they will not have the same issue that we are getting today. So it will be skillful. Africom is doing the same. Like Dante Energy, I think you may be aware of. They are, doing a very great job in this area. This is a kind of collaboration that the government and the private sector could do. Trust and security. In yesterday's speech, one of our friends, he mentioned that the government needs to build this trust. So it has a risk, and investment has a risk. And the government has a responsibility to build a trust, So if government is part of any investment, it would bring that trust. So we are saying, we are building an ecosystem that's a base for the digital transformation. And the government enterprises are not coming to the data center to collocate, to get these services. The general public could not trust. So that trust should be there. So we are keen, in that regard. There is the other one is a cross-connect trading integrations. That's also very important to have this. The other point, what are really the initiatives that has been taken for this partnership, for this public-private partnership? If you see it, the Minister of Innovation, they are taking back the ICT part, and they repurpose the purple. They repurpose it. So what does it mean? Like, they are providing the facilities, the infrastructure, so that builds a confidence for companies like Raxio to go there and to do the investments. This is the kind of initiatives that has been taken by the government. On top of that, if you see in general, on the power side, from power generation to the distribution, the government is working closely with, especially on the renewable energy side. So having that is also indicated on the Digital Ethiopia 2025, that the private sector is going to be integral part of this digital transformation. That is a way that could ensure that we have a very sustainable digital transformation in the country. Having said this point, the initiative is taken, what are the potential areas where the private sectors could, partner with the government or the public enterprises? Internet of Things is one. So you call it CCTV. The government has a plan to have a digital smart cities across the nation. And this cannot be achieved without the involvement of the private sector. You call it the CCTV cameras or the traffic lights. Of course, our friends has engaged in some of the projects to take the projects for the Addis traffic lights. But it should be brought So it should involve the public sector. Yeah, smart meters. I mean, it takes, I mean, years, I mean, to get meters in utilities. So it is, I mean, if the private sector could involve in this to alleviate the problems. The other area where the private sector could engage is digitization of the public data. The digital ID project is, I mean, they have done a very impressive thing. I mean, I saw some of the thing here. But the rollout is a challenge, you know. So like the private sector could involve on the onboarding device, bring the onboarding devices, doing a training to the agents, taking the proper data. So it will be a base for providing all the other digital services. You know, sometimes it's taking 3-4 months, I mean, to take a passport, to renew a passport. I mean, it shouldn't have been like this. So there is an area where the private sector could involve in this area. You call it a Kabbalah idea. It takes days, I mean, to renew or to get a new Kabbalah IDs. So these are the area where we could, I mean, as a private sector, we could provide. In terms of cybersecurity, INSA is doing this clearance as everything. So some of the roles of INSA, I mean, they could focus on the sensitive areas, but private sectors also can provide this kind of services. So the cybersecurity is also part of the private sector to collaborate with the public. Infrastructure, as I mentioned, we are building a data center. And of course, the others also building that one. The government, they know it is a baseline, like it's a cornerstone for a digital services. So there's also some of the areas where government and private enterprise could collaborate. Having said this, these are the area. I mean, the list could be a lot, but in the short term, for the privates could involve on this key area. I mean, that's my answer. Having said this, you know, we are going to open our data center with 800 capacity. It's going to be very impressive. We have done a very impressive job, and I hope all stakeholders involved in this construction of the building of the data center would be so, I mean, so happy to see Raxio also open the doors. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Bevket. Once again, those of you who would like to approach Bevket or Bashir, our previous keynote speaker, please do catch them at their desks. We now come to a fireside chat. I want to invite Bernard Lamando to please come up on stage. Bernard is the managing partner of Laurento and Associates, and joining him in a fireside chat, I want to invite my colleague Adrian Hall, COO of Extensia, to please come up on stage. So a round of applause again for both Bernard and for Adrian Hall. We're going to go through regulation for innovation, a topic which was mentioned a number of times by a number of speakers today. We're going to do a deep dive into this topic. Over to you, Adrian. Thanks.
Hi, Bernard.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you?
Very good, very good. After a good lunch. Not too bad.
Okay, so everybody still awake? Yeah, good, good. Prove it. Thank you, thank you. Bernard, there's nobody else in the room. This is a fireside chat, it's just you and me. We can, you know, a bit like we did at lunchtime, we can just have a little chat. So we want to talk about regulating for innovation. This is an important subject. I think we've heard a few times over the course of this event and previous events how important regulation is. I'm not of the opinion that regulators are the bad guys. They can be seen as that. I think regulators are important. You can't run a good football match without a referee. My first question to you is in that vein. What do you think is the role of the regulator? Are they there to support the voice of the users, or are they there to support the growth of the industry? What is their purpose?
Yeah. So first of all, we're gonna try to keep people awake. I know it's Thursday afternoon after a good lunch, and weekend is almost there, but we'll try to keep people awake. So for me, I think maybe let's start with the definitions, right? Because taxonomy is very important. So what is regulation? So regulation is really like, as you use the analogy, it's like a referee that's really making sure that, and I like soccer. You guys call it football. And the referee will try to make sure that the audience and in Amharic we call it tifoso. It's actually an Italian term, as many of you know. That the tifosos are enjoying the game, and that the players are not getting abused, and all of that, right? So when you look at the tifoso or the audience, you're really talking about the users. And when you look at the players on the field, you're really talking about the stakeholders, right? As you know, and I don't know which team you like to root for, but sometimes the Italians
Liverpool.
are all over the place, and they're really on like go straight up to the face of the referee. Meaning that some players in the ecosystem, whether it be finance or telco or whatever, they go straight up to the referee and they go straight to the jugular, right? So I'm not going to name specific names in specific sectors. You have some players who are just doing their thing. Like Messi, for instance, you never really see him. He's a very good player, right? But you never really see him complain, and he's doing his job. So the regulator, I mean, the idea is that definitely you need a regulator because otherwise people are not going to enjoy the game. So if you do the analogy, again, it's about consumer protection. So consumers need to see their rights being protected. But also the players, right? They need to be, the rules of the game need to be respected. If someone goes offside and the referee doesn't detect that, then it's not really good. Again, for the players, but also for depending on which team you root for. So I think referees are definitely important. But just I think in Ethiopia, the way we see regulation is actually through two lenses, and I think it's not enough. It's number one in finance, so you have the National Bank of Ethiopia, and then number two is the recently established Telecommunication Authority. But just like FIFA has many referees, right? And sometimes they come together and they learn from each other. Here in Ethiopia, we also have other referees, but it's just that we don't know about them, and they have almost, I'm sorry to say, zero capacity. For instance, recently in Ethiopia, we've had the Insurance Depositors Fund that's been established. And, the idea is to make sure that the depositor is going to have enough confidence to put money in the bank, etc. But, you need to look up upstream and see what's going on upstream, right? Because the depositor's money is going to be secured if the banks, when they either merge or acquire each other, etc., if the antitrust laws are actually being respected. And we do have an M&A and antitrust agency here in Ethiopia, which is another regulator, but no one knows about them. And so, and it's never been exercised, right? So I think the number one, and I'm trying to summarize as I'm going, referees are super important because it's all about consumer protection. It's all about making sure that the trade policies are being respected. But here in Ethiopia, we shouldn't forget that there's more than two regulators, and that these regulators need to come together. I mean, there's a bunch of other regulators that we could go on and on. So there's the antitrust M&A, but there's also, in terms of, we have hopefully very soon a data protection proclamation that's supposed to come up, and at that point we'll have a data protection commission. That data protection commission is supposed to also make sure that people's data are not being abused, etc. But then the second term that you have up there is innovation, right? And so for me, I think, in this country also, we need to really redefine what innovation means. If we just always promote every single product that pops up through the door just because it's shiny and it looks good, that's not innovation. Innovation is really about something that's going to really disrupt a sector or an area, but at scale. And especially in countries like Ethiopia, we need scale. We cannot do neighborhood type of innovation where it's just going to change the life of a few folks in one Warada. We need innovation at scale. So for me, in this discussion, it would make sense to just focus on the regulation of innovation that makes sense. So maybe that would be the subtitle of the talk.
That's a good and comprehensive answer. Thanks for that. So, and let's stay on Ethiopia as let's look at regulation in Ethiopia, if you don't mind, rather than looking at globally, because I think it's such a big subject. If we go global, it's going to be a bit too longer conversation. But in Ethiopia, so we know that there's globally there is a coming together of telecoms and ICT and finance. Those things are now becoming seamlessly integrated. Who's responsible for regulating finance in a telecoms world? Is it the finance regulator? Is it the telecoms regulator? Is it somebody else, or is it all of them? Or who should take the lead?
Yeah, that's, I think, a very good question, because a lot of mistakes have been made in East Africa. A lot of fake news and fake stories have been told around the world about, the success of or supposedly success of some digital tools, and I think some of those mistakes are now being corrected. For instance, if you look at Kenya, the regulator that's supposed to regulate the flaws of financial flows has been now, looking at it more closely, and they're saying, a financial regulator needs to look at financial flaws and transactions. I mean, financial transactions, right? So here in Ethiopia, I think we're trying to do things the right way. We're looking at a regulator, namely the National Bank of Ethiopia, who's going to really regulate a digital and here we like to complicate things. So mobile money, for instance, if you go to the West, has almost no meaning. But as you know, here mobile money is really, the definition behind it is a telco-led digital payment. And so the financial regulator has to really regulate the mobile money, because otherwise, and it's one thing to also regulate on paper and in theory, and it's all very good. But I think where we have some flaws here, I was saying flows earlier and then flaws and whatever thing is, because flaws was on my mind too. But some of the flaws that we're seeing here in Ethiopia is when it comes to implementation, right? So, for instance, currently in Ethiopia we have big liquidity issues, and not just in foreign currency, but even in local currency. Um, you cannot mix an ocean of capital and deposits with a small lake of capital, even though now this small lake is growing. Namely, you cannot uh, basically go to a Bank of Abyssinia ATM and expect to withdraw your mobile money amount. For me, it just doesn't make sense. It's actually very, very dangerous, because the minute that there's going to be a run on, just like, for instance, Silicon Valley Bank last time, over 48 hours, people didn't have trust on the SVB for some reason, and they went to the bank and said, "Give me my money," right? So here, imagine for a second that a Teleber user whose money is actually ether. When you really think about it, mobile money is really just ether. There's nothing, especially now that we have a insurance depositors insurance fund that's being established, that's protecting not mobile money cash. It's going to protect the bank. I mean, the money that's on someone's bank account, right? So when you have this money that's in the ether sitting there, and you're mixing these two lakes, and you're going to an ATM and expecting to withdraw some cash, that's very dangerous. And so that's why really the regulators, there needs to be a clear dichotomy to answer your question between the financial regulator and the telco regulator. You cannot expect a telco company to become a financial institution. You just can't. You can lose hope on the banking sector, but you cannot expect a telco company to become a banking we at ArifPay, by the way, because ArifPay is one of our portfolio companies, have not lost hope on the banking sector in this country. we truly believe that an economy can only grow if the banking sector grows. And so what we're going to help for the next few years here in Ethiopia is on the acquisition side, because there's a lot of cash that's sitting out there that's not being transformed into digital payments. And so we're going to really, along with our ecosystem partners, pump in a lot of cash, and it's actually going to be self market driven, but to really acquire a lot of that deposit and make sure that it's in the system. But we really don't want this system to be mixed with telco led type of I don't even know what to call it. It's not even a currency, to be honest. And so I think we need to be very, very careful, because that's something that can really take a country down the pipeline, actually not the pipeline, down the toilet. So we really need to make sure that there's a clear dichotomy between these two things, to answer your question.
Okay, that's again a very good comprehensive answer. Thank you. Nobody's listening, so it's fine. So I'm going to ask you another question, which has taken us away from that a little bit. So there's a lot of new developments in ICT. This is going back to the global issue. Things are happening differently at different stages in different places. If you were to advise our honourable friend, Mr. Balshareba at ECA, how to prepare the environment in the country that will be an enabling environment to accept and encourage new technologies to improve the game so that it flows better and it works smoother and all of the parties are enjoying the game, including the fans in the stands. Should he look at what is being done elsewhere in the world and copy that? Or is the nuance such in Ethiopia that he needs to roll out and test and check? And what would you suggest he would do?
Yeah, well, first of all, you need to congratulate the gentleman, because this institution was built 2 years ago and they've done tremendous amount of work. And it takes time to build an institution, and it takes time to build internal capacity. So I think the first thing is to congratulate the whole team. The second thing, though, that is, I think copying, and maybe not copying or pasting, but learning from others makes sense. Learning from those who made mistakes doesn't really make sense. So we have neighbors who made big mistakes, and we certainly don't want to learn from them. So we need to learn from, and really we need to stay away from fake news, because there's also a lot of fake news out there. So, but we need to learn from those, where we see an actual economic growth, not just myth based on the fact that someone looks as if they're capitalist or whatever. So I think we need to learn from those that have real numbers in terms of GDP, in terms of the deposit amount, etc. Right? So I think, for this regulator, I think the other thing, though, on top of learning from international best practices, would be really, I think, to collaborate, right, with other regulators, because rarely do you see, even on pictures, do you see those two institutions coming together. You really need, I think, to bring those two together, because, as you said, digital is cross-cutting, it's all over the place, and there's a lot of violations, and I think these are very clear. In some cases, the players, again, they violate because they knew that there was an offside, but they make sure that the offside is not known, because then they can score the goal. And then there is some that just didn't know the rules. They just don't even know how to play soccer. So you cannot blame those people, but you need to teach them how it's done, right? And I think, again, it's the role of the regulator, in also conjunction with the associations. And I think there's also a big gap there. You cannot just expect everything from the regulator. We need also strong associations, and even for instance, fintechs, we still don't have an association, and this is something that we're working on very aggressively on, and hopefully. So I think, to summarize, right? I think international best practices are important, but from those who actually made some stuff happen. Collaboration with other regulators is really important, without forgetting actually those regulators that we never really hear from, because at some point we're going to hear from them. When you're going to start seeing the banks merging and consolidating and everything, and we still don't have any M&A type of regulation, we're going to start learning and knowing that there was actually an agency responsible for that, in terms of consumer and data protection, etc. So I think there needs to be a collaboration there. And then finally, the associations need to really raise their voice. And even there, I think there needs to be a clear consolidation of associations. There are some that are completely useless. We need to be very clear, right, and not mince the words. Some that are doing something, but it's not really clear, and sometimes it's a one-man show. And so there needs to be a lot of cleanup there, and the associations also need to rise to the challenge.
Great. And I'd also like to echo that Engineer Balshareba and ECA team have done a great job. So if you'd like to just give them a round of applause, you're welcome to do so. And yes, I was going to say, I'm sure there's going to be a question from the audience. And I thought it might be Bashir.
Yeah, thank you, Adrian, and thank you, Speaker. Sorry, I don't remember your name. But with I mean, I had to raise my hand because I don't want to go with wrong impression of the issues that have been discussed, especially the comparison between bank-led and telco-led services. I wanted to ask the speaker whether we can have 3 to 5 key advantages of bank-led over the telco-led financial services. I think you mentioned the case of Safaricom, because I looked at the coverage, getting people access in rural communities. From the experience of a few countries that I know of, the fastest way to get financial services to people is through telco-led. The fastest. And the second experience I have is congestion in the recent case of Nigeria, where the banks couldn't handle the traffic that was generated. What are the advantages of banking? I know that insurance is another one we can talk about, because banks are covered by depositors insurance. Maybe telcos may not be. They could still be well regulated by the same regulators regulating banks to ensure that depositors' money are insured. I am wondering whether there is really, we can list 3 to 5 key advantages of the bank-led service in comparison to telco-led service. That's what I want to hear.
Thanks, Bashir. That's a really good question. Bernard, you got the question. Why the banks take the lead, not the...
Yeah. So it seems like maybe you're one of those who lost hope on banks. We certainly haven't lost hope, but I hope you don't expect a telco company to become a bank. For me, again, it's just pure logic. What's that?
I think Bashir's point was the regulator.
Yeah.
The bank regulator.
Sorry, I was former
regulates the-
regulator. I want
rather
you
than
to
the-
mention those 5. I don't want to distract or deviate from the conversation. Just 5 advantages, if you may. Because the reason why I'm saying this, in Africa, because people are here from different countries, they listen to you. And as regulators, we need to be balanced. What is important is getting service to the people, not protecting tough. I, as regulator or as former regulator, really think I'm one of those who really happen to think that telco-led could have gotten to the people much faster than bank-led. Bank-led had lots of problems. I can mention many of them. But I don't know advantage of bank-led services over apart from the insurance. If you want, that's why I asked for 5. So I expect a list, not talk. Thank you.
Yeah. So I was about to give you that list. Again, you cannot expect from a telco company to give you banking services. That's number one. Telco that company doesn't even know how to spell bank. That's number one. Number two, you cannot expect a telco company to mobilize deposit. If they don't mobilize deposit, how are you going to give outstanding loans, which is the number three? Outstanding loans are good for MSMEs, right? It's not through some gadget, and this mobile money that behind there's no insurance that you're going to build an economy. So again, it's through hardcore deposits that you actually give outstanding loans. That's number three. Number four is, again, it's very complicated. The telco mobile money is usually very complicated. I don't know why on the African continent, actually sometimes here in Ethiopia, we like complicated things, you know. It's usually very, like, for instance, when you look at mobile money, the mechanism, you need to load some kind of wallet, then you need to perform the transaction. It's why your money is here. Just make the transaction happen. So I think there's a lot of fake news around. So I could go on and on. I mean, there's a lot of also just the usability. The fact that the speed is going much faster to reach the last mile, for me, that's just racing. It's like a 10,000 meters race versus a marathon. I prefer the marathon because that's how you build an economy. Just getting the 100 meters race and getting to the finish line quickly and having those gadgets for me doesn't really make a lot of sense. So I think at the core of it though is how do you build an economy? And just tell me, when was the last time that you had a growing economy in this world that's based on mobile money? I think the answer is never.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a fireside chat. I think the room has caught fire. I think there's going to be a lot of questions for you, Bernard. So, thank you very much to Bernard. Please give Bernard a round of applause.
Thanks, Adrian. Thanks, Bernard. You're right, Adrian. That's not just a fireside chat, it is a firepower chat. We now come to the last panel of the day. I want to invite our three speakers to come up now. Do we have Morka Tesfaye, CEO of Avitol, in the audience? Morka, please come up, Merko. We also have with us, I believe, David Berfano, who's the CEO of WebSprix. David, will you please come up on stage? And last but not least, Asfaw Seyum Biratu, Director of ECA, also to please come up on stage. So once again, Morka Tesfaye, CEO of Avitol. Morka, do we have you in the audience? Okay, if not, let me invite David Berhanu. David, please have a seat. And Asfaw Seyum Biratu, Director of the ECA. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is our last panel discussion before our closing addresses. So I want to invite each of our speakers to come up first and tell us a little bit about their organizations. Can we have the podium up over there? The podium. Yeah. So each of our speakers is going to give us a short overview of their organizations and their digital journeys, and they will share with us what else is ahead of them. So our first speaker, a round of applause, please, for Asfaw Seyum Biratu, Director of the ECA. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, dear participants. I'm pleased to have got this opportunity to present ECA. In behalf of ECA, I'm here. So now, in most cases, I want to just use this opportunity to introduce ECA, because when I was just chatting with some of my friends, most of my friends, my friend doesn't realize that mandate of ECA. And even they ask me that, what is ECA? Is it Ethiopia Communication Service? Like that. So the naming by itself is creating confusion, because most of the people in Ethiopia understood that the Ethiopian Communication Authority, not as a regulator, they just take the naming that it is related to the Ethiopian Communication Service. I think it is led by His Excellency Dr. Mekasatulu. So now you see, even now, this an opportunity being here may just, I think, create some realization that what ECA is doing, and then the endeavor going to just make the development in Ethiopia real. So now this is I think it is listed here. I'm out with this one. Really, I appreciate Bernard just gave some remark before. So I really just appreciate it, because he just did some remarks regarding the regulatory role. When you come to see this, for example, Digital Africa, yes, of course, in the first day and today morning, a lot is said about Digital Ethiopia, but we have also Digital Africa and Digital Ethiopia. But when you just talk about Digital Ethiopia, it is a vision. The vision, it is known. It is what? It is modernization and development of the digital technology. This is the infrastructure, the economy, the society. So now when you come to the economy, there are different actors. One of the actor is the Ethiopian Communication Authority. So this Ethiopian Communication Authority has a mandate in order to regulate the sector, the communication sector. When you say the communication sector, we just not only the telecom sector, the postal and courier service sector also under it, even the domain name, this also under the control of the administration of the Ethiopian Communication Authority. So these are the vision. The vision is just clear. It is realizing digital competitive and innovative Ethiopia. We have the mission. We are just doing our mission. Really, those service providers may be a witness to what we are doing. When you come to the values, we follow some values. These are independence, integrity, innovation. This is the way, public stewardship, mechanic impact, selfless approach, caring for the success of all. It is a big word, caring for the success of all means. We just have to do what? We have to make the level ground so as any service providers have to have an equal opportunity in order to do their task or activities. When you come to the mandated aspect, we have the mandate to give individual license, like Unified Telecommunication Service license, Internet Exchange Points license. There are also class licenses. All these are the license which is given or issued by the Ethiopian Communication Authority. Radio frequency spectra. Also, we assign, allocate, and give license for this also. We also, this numbering, national numbering plan will be there, short code numbers. We have also these postal services. There are two. One is the designated operator, which is the National Postal Operator License. The other is Courier Service License. When you come to the Information Technology Services, this IPRS, Domain Name System, and Government Certification Authority, it is governed by or administered by the Ethiopian Communication Authority. This is a lot about. So now for those, I think most of you are just know Engineer Balcha, who is the Director General of the Ethiopian Communication Authority. I believe that just if I have given this information, you may realize that the role of the regulator, and then I may just a little bit listen the confusion between the Ethiopian Communication Service and Ethiopian Communication Authority. So we are an authority that regulates the communication sector. When you say communication, not the telecom sector only, it is the postal sector also, the domain name aspect also will be regulated. For more information, you can visit. I just put the website. When you go there, I think that better information, you will get a better information. Why? Because with this short time, I may not just give you a detailed and clear information. So now, if you are interested, you can join or you can visit the site. Thank you for your listening. If there is anything which you need some clarification, I am happy just to answer that one. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Asfa. That is Asfa Sayam Viratu, Director of the ECA. Thank you so much for distinguishing between association, agency, and authority. Thank you so much. Let's now turn to David Birhanu, who's the CEO of WebSprix, who's going to tell us now some of his organization's journey and what some of the steps are up ahead. David, over to you.
Well, my name is David. Some of you know WebSprix, so I'll be focusing more on innovation, collaboration, and addressing some of the national needs. So just to give you some highlights, WebSprix is, I'll focus on the innovative practices and innovative internet service provider. We have amazing engineers who do a lot of development work, including our own in-house development for our billing, provisioning,
OSS, BSS. We do a lot of fiber. That's the connectivity is our main business, but I'll come to other services as well. But we currently our fiber covers over 350,000 homes. We leverage existing resources, including fiber from Japan Electric Power, leasing poles from Japan Electric Utility, in discussion with City of Addis Ababa to use the light rail system also to lay fibers. Collaborate with City of Addis Ababa to do trenching in some of the housing developments. We do also a lot of collaborations with Ethio Telecom that I'll be covering in the next slide. So these are the two projects that, in addition to some of the services that we collaborate on ISP, these are some of the two new initiatives that we are collaborating with Ethio Telecom. The first one is social video infrastructure, social media video service. It's called Maya.et. It will be launched pretty soon, probably in the next month or 2 months. It's in the final stage. It will be, we will provide low-cost access from a bandwidth perspective. That's in collaboration with the telecom. And this will be available in the next a month and a half or 2 months at most. The other one is a cloud PBX and cloud contact center. This is also in-house developed from a technology perspective, and it's provided through Ethio Telecom. It does both, so that there are two separate services. One is the cloud PBX. So currently, if you want a phone service, fixed phone service from Ethio Telecom, this is the main mechanism to get the service. It's in a pilot phase, so there are several customers already on the pilot phase. We'll be officially launching it pretty soon. The contact center is also in the pilot phase, but there are also several customers on the pilot phase as well, production customers on the pilot phase. And this is a very feature-rich contact center. The other one will be soon launching a cloud service. We already have a virtualized service, hosting service. We will extend that into a cloud service at 2 locations. One at Ethio Telecom facility, and another one at
we will just pause to welcome Her Excellency Huria Ali, State Minister, Ministry of Innovation and Technology, who's just joined the audience. Thank you, madam, for joining us. Thank you.
So, the other one is at Wingu Data Center at IST Park. In addition, we have been collaborating with a number of the sector, including Safaricom, Wingu, Araxio, Japan Education and Research Network, and a number of banks to set up the first public internet exchange point. We have already acquired the necessary resources for that, including IP addresses and autonomous system numbers from Afrinic, and also loaner equipment for the internet exchange point. It is operating currently. The licensing is not yet finalized from ECA perspective, so it is operating in a sandbox under the supervision of ECA. But we should be able to launch it in a month's time. We will have all the equipment necessary, and it will be located at ICT Park. It will be located at the multiple data centers in ICT Park, including Wingu and Roxio as well. And we have discussed this with Ethio Telecom as well as Safaricom
and a number of other content providers are also interested to come to this internet exchange point. So we hope to launch it pretty soon. It will have a maximum switching capacity of 7 terabits per second. That's I think that's the last one. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you so much, David, for bringing up the issue of national collaboration for national needs. Thank you so much. We have just a little over 15 minutes or so before we wrap up this panel, but this is also the last panel of the conference. So if any of you have questions, this is your last chance to ask any questions. We can squeeze in one or two quick questions. One question I have for our panel is we've discussed how fast technologies are changing and how they're converging and how difficult it is to plan for the future. So my question for both of our speakers, we'll begin with David, is how do you plan for the future? Do you have a 1 year plan, 3, 5? How do you even factor this when things are changing so fast? And yet you do need to have a plan. So how do you manage to do both of these?
Yes, so it is difficult to plan. Particularly, it's very difficult to plan in Ethiopia. So you would plan, and then, of course, you have to adapt to whatever change you encounter. So I've been working in technology, so it's not. I'm used to a fast-changing environment, so it's not that difficult to adapt to that. But it is very difficult to plan for two reasons. Technology changes fast, so you have to be ready to adapt to that. And the other one is, even if you plan here in Ethiopia, sometimes the reality forces you to change your plan as well.
So you need to have a plan B
Yep.
also. So, Asfa, in your case, how is ECA planning for the future? How do you work with the ecosystem? How do you build agendas and so on?
Of course, here now, the government of Ethiopia has its own strategic goals and vision. So it is visionary. Visionary means this visionary has to be what? It has to see not only the present, at the same time, it has to look at or just tend to just see future. It has to have a visionary dream and plan at the same time, because in order to just do that one, there will be a vision. So in order to make it real, that vision, there is a lot of work have to be done. This will be done by the Ethiopian government. Now, as ECA is a regulator, really, Bernard have given a good remark as a referee. The regulator have to just lay foundations. It means as a referee has to act, and then make just the necessary regulatory framework in place. So I believe that the plan may be there. I may agree in some aspect with Dawit. Yes, of course. Sometimes this may exist. This is a reality, but nothing has to be done without a plan. There has to be a plan. This is a plan. There is a strategic goal and plan. This have to be realized. And then there may be some adjustment if certain changes occur. But we don't say that there is no plan. There's a plan, but this plan can be amended in accordance with the existing reality.
Great, thanks. Any questions from the audience? Questions, comments? Yeah, there's one over here. Can we get a microphone here?
Thank you, panelists. I would like to comment at the same time, ask a question on the regulatory and innovation aspect, because regulation does not have to be only for the sake of control, but also for progress. So, some of you may know that there was a net neutrality regulation suggestion by FCC, the American regulator, and that regulation dragged for many years because the service providers did not like it because they have to earn their return. but the American regulator wanted to promote innovation and everybody to be on the internet and produce innovative products. That was very heated argument, and it took many years. This shows that the war of tag between innovation and regulation is real, and it needs serious consideration. Secondly, as Mr. David told us, there is one other option of regulation, and that is sandboxing, or you just let the innovative company provide his services for a certain time, and then you follow and study the negative effects it will have on users and the positive effects it has on the economy. And then you do the regulation to curtail or to mitigate the negative aspects. That's one approach. And the other is, as I said, the hard regulation, which may drag for years or may not produce the effective, the needed results. So, in principle, what does ECA plan to follow as a paradigm or as an approach when it issues regulatory standards or regulatory directives?
Yeah. Any responses to that?
Really, the questions targeted to ECA, so I will answer that one. One of the principles, which is our values, was to serve equally. So now, as a referee, ECA, the regulator, as a regulator, just if you remember that Bernard has raised a particular example, referee. The referee has to be fair. The referee has to be equally has to serve both sides. You see, suppose for example, different actors or service providers, the stand of the regulator will be what? Not siding with to the other. It has to be what? In the middle. He has to just give an equal opportunity, an equal chance, and to make the playing field level based on the regulatory and legal framework tools. So regarding those tools are already in place. ECA has just drafted many legal and regulatory tools. Really, if you are interested, you can go to visit the site. There are a lot of directives that makes work, and a lot of directives have been there. Those directives can enable ECA in order to regulate and make a conducive environment for the service provision to those who provide the telecom service. Because, for example, if there is certain dispute arise, there is a mechanism how to just settlement of that dispute. Regarding any other aspect, a lot of directives are there. We will use that one. So our just devotion and our principle was to serve those service providers and users equally, but we don't have to forget that we have also protect the customers. See, in order those customers have to get better quality of service, and also they have to get this service with an affordable price. But this is our stand. I think this is a firm stand. That is why, for example, in our establishment, it is written it says what? It has given with no interference from the other players. Yes, because it is independent regulatory authority, means it has the right and the mandate to act and work together with those governmental entities that can advise us in the policy aspect.
Great.
Thank you.
Before we proceed, my sincere apologies. I made a mistake in my notes. I forgot to invite the speaker from AFRICOM to please come up on stage. may I please invite you to come up and join the discussion. Thank you. Sorry about that. So, thank you. Thank you. So, would you like to go ahead and make a few opening remarks about AFRICOM, your organization, and its journey?
Thank you for your invitation. AFRICOM is one of, I can say the oldest ICT solution and service providing company in Ethiopia. AFRICOM is ISO certified company. We do consulting, software development, and e-commerce business process outsourcing. We do projects not only locally, also internationally from US, Europe, Africa, and Asia. This year, I think for the first time, Ethiopian companies demonstrated their capability in GITEX event. 3 companies, they attended that event. We are doing great, especially on intervention of national initiatives by supporting the Digital Ethiopia 2025, especially on the application component. We avail solution for agricultural related and also for education in collaboration with WebScript. WebScript now working on the infrastructure part. Ours is on the content development part. We have like educational platform that can serve 30 million students all over the country. That was one of the projects. This what he mentioned, the collaboration, partnership is one of the key elements because WebSprings have excellence on this infrastructure related issue. Africom also has excellence on this content development, application development. That's we join hand to serve also the education area and also the social protection. If you look at the Ethiopian social protection, Africom manage now currently close to 10 million rural area social protection beneficiaries. This is not a small number. Every month we should generate a payroll for 10 million beneficiaries. Missing like a single person payroll is very, very, like mission critical because as per the World Bank guidelines, one of the KPIs for those, the poorest of poor people, you should avail their payment within maximum of 5 days. In addition to this, on the urban area, we manage close to 4.7 rural beneficiaries. Therefore, these are the intervention we have on this to support or to be part of the digital strategy 2025. Thank you.
Thanks. I'd like to ask you one question. One question which came up many times today is a digital Ethiopia must also be a secure Ethiopia. Can you talk about some of your activities in digital security, privacy, cyber security, and so on?
Yeah, this is a very important question. We always pitch for, we are working closely with the government regarding digital sovereignty because most applications should be developed locally and hosted also locally. That's the good news you heard today and also yesterday. Like Wingwiz recently inaugurated the data center. Raxio is now following. The other two like Red Fox and Sun Data also coming up. This will allow us to host our data here. In addition to this, there is an association called Cyber Security Association. We are closely work with that association. From the government side, inside the responsible cyber security issues. Therefore, when we develop any systems, our system is validated by INSA. For example, let me give you one critical project we are executing, digital disclosure asset registration system. This is all government officials, they should register their asset. This system is developed by in collaboration with our partner CSM, Africom and CSM. Is that system, because this is official, government official assets, therefore it should be secured and also not tempered. In that line, INSA is coming and testing the system. Therefore, when we develop a system, we will consider the security part of component of the system. Yeah. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions or comments from the audience? We can take, yeah, one last question there.
Thank you for the chance. I really appreciate all the participants and the panelists for their marvelous speech and discussion. My question is a little bit different from what they spoke because I know that they came from the communication side. I want to ask them some like maybe some one question. So my question is that now most platforms are like social media platform are banned, so you need to use a VPN or something to use them. So, what are your thoughts regarding? I know it might be a sensitive subject, but I want to know from the regulatory side as well as from the private sector side, what your thoughts are regarding that area. Because of most of the social medias are now banned, digital marketing and other things are being mislawed. So, what are your thoughts regarding that point?
Thank you. Really, this is a good question. As a citizen, I also feel it, of course. But you see now, the government has the government has its own good reasons for doing that one. You got me now. So now you see, this is the Ethiopian government. The government has a critical reasons or a good reasons to do that one. So in my position, I may not just tell you that in detail. These are the reasons 1, 2, 3 like that. You got me now? But this aspect or this issue is not just the case of Ethiopia. If you just see the practice of the rest of other countries, this will happen. But in my position now, I may just give you an excuse that to say in detail, these are the reasons. Because the best remark or reasons may just be given by those who just know the detail aspect of the issue.
Okay, he asked me like as a private sector, what's your opinion? Yes, because I'm also a vice president for Digital Transformation Ethiopia Association. Many of our members they are not happy about many activities are hindered because of this internet. Most social media uh, areas are blocked, but we approach the government to understand the situation. Most of the things are based on the security situations. Therefore, the country security is not, that's not in a negotiable state. But we, as an association, we recommend the government to put, advanced filtering mechanism instead of blocking the entire, like Facebook or whatever, YouTube or any social media. Content filtering is very important. Therefore, from the security company side, from the regulatory companies, they should have a capability to filter content. Otherwise, blocking the entire social media, we are not recommending. Therefore, I think if we work together, let's approach each other. Like we can advise also how to implement such kind of things. It should not be in one-sided. We are here also to support the government. Therefore, if the contents are filtered, you don't need to block the entire social media because we missed a number of opportunity, like what my friend mentioned, digital marketing, many aspects now blocked. Now look, the youth women are using this media to have jobs. If you block them, they will get also back to jobless. We should take care of about also this one. Thank you so much.
Thanks for explaining the complexity of the situation, Dawood.
So obviously we have to obey the regulations, but I can share you some of the impacts on the network side. So there are some, for our side, we can see some customers drop because maybe they are not using VPN. So you see subscription drop. And I can also imagine on Ethio Telecom side, there will be significant cost increase because it's not hitting the cache, it's going VPN to the international gateway. So they have to have a higher capacity to accommodate that. So there is some cost to it, but obviously we have to abide by the regulations.
Great. I'm glad you mentioned earlier digital transformation. So my last question for each one of you is, what are each of you doing for digital upskilling? How to upskill the youth, the professionals, regulators, government, and so on in digital transformation? Let's begin with you.
Thank you. These good questions. Especially, I'm also a member of a board member of private university and government university. Therefore, I'm looking students to meet the industry requirements, the industry expectations. Closing my company is working on that. There is internship, even externship program. This one is, I think, nobody knows. Externship program means the teachers themselves, they should come to the industry and work on industry areas. This is very important. Now, the previous culture is only sending students to attend like internship for 2 months, 3 months. That's not only enough. We recommend also teachers also should come and work on the industry. Therefore, now we are working with 3 universities on this area, externship. On top of internship, we are doing this one. The other one, we have recently signed an agreement with Indian company to create job for 1,000 youth within 3 years. Now the first batch, they will start their training after 2 weeks. This means after taking a 2 months upskilling training, they will be engaged on international projects. These are the initiative what we have.
Thanks. I learned a new word from you today, externship. Thanks. Yeah, David, what are you doing for upskilling in your organization and broader professionals out there?
So we are not doing enough, but I would like to mention that the digital learning platform that we're working on probably would help with that. Internally, we have a requirement that 20% of our performance measurement is based on training. So it's they have to do it is set for training. So that forces some training, both giving training as well as taking trainings. We do some internships, but not enough. I think we need to do a little more.
Yes, you are asking me about the digital transformation. Now, in order to make this real, I believe that there has to be the modernization and the development of digital infrastructure, economy, and society. So now when you come to the digital infrastructure, it needs this access, for example, this expansion of broadband internet have to be there. So the regulator has to bring an enabling environment to this. At the same time, when you come to the economy, in this economy, there are different players. So now, at the same time, the regulator have to just lay down the ground and conducive environment in order to create that ecosystem. When you come to the society needs digital knowledge and skill. So there has to be a programs that can support the digital literacy. Programs have to be there. So now in that ground, the role of the regulator will be what? Has to just work on an enabling environment and conducive environment to support and give guidance to those actors or role players.
Thanks so much for bringing up the issue of digital literacy. We now come towards the end of this panel, but my final question to the panel is we have a big Pan African audience here. We have people from, I know, Nigeria, Malawi, Uganda, etc. What's your one key message on digital Ethiopia? What can digital Ethiopia teach or share or pass on as advice or tips for our audience out there? Would you like to begin?
Maybe the most important uh, critical objectives of this digital transformation in Ethiopia is number one is job creation for youth and women. Because if you look at Ethiopia, 70% of the population is below 30 years. Therefore, we should strictly or we should work hard on creating jobs for youth. Therefore, digital will create create a leverage to create those jobs. The second very important thing is inclusive prosperity or growth. What's the digital intervention we did, not only in the city, we moved to the rural area. The farmer should be benefited from the digital intervention. Like Mr. Asfa mentioned, broadband. When you think of broadband, it should reach to the farmers. When we expand the telecom service, it should touch the rural peoples. Therefore, this is critically articulated in the digital strategy 2025. This is an important message for all our African friends. Please do your best to inclusive all to be benefited or change their life using digital intervention. Thank you.
So my belief, I think, as I said multiple times, is connectivity is actually much more important for developing countries than for developed countries for one major reason. Developing countries and most African countries have limited resources in terms of manpower and skilled manpower, health professionals in the health sector, as well as extension workers. So this can be easily extended through connectivity and remote education, remote health, remote training, and it requires also significant bandwidth because it has to be done through a video delivery because of the low reading level and because of the raw reading level, it's better to deliver it via video. So connectivity is much more important. It's the least expensive way to uplift society.
Okay. When you come to just giving certain, I think this is the last message. So now we are living in the globalized world. So now the world is just being a single village now. Just let us think about our theme. The theme is Digital Africa. So now we have to realize that one also. So in order to realize that one, you see, there has to be certain regional integration, cooperation to work together. Because when you say connectivity, the connectivity it has to have just a related one, because the growth of a certain country may just affect positively or negatively the other country. So African countries have to cooperate, work together in collaboration in different sectors. This may include, for example, in the regional connectivity, in the power, in the just capacity building programs, etc. So now we have to make it real, because we are discussing now with them Digital Africa. So how do we just make it real, the Digital Africa? So we have in mind, we have to remember also what is the panel. Just one of the idea he raised was that just to bring this thought within the participants. So our African friends have to take this into consideration. As a regulator, our door is open. If you need any guidance, and we will welcome you. We really appreciate. And at the end, if this is the end, I will also thanks to Dr. Madan. I just have to thank him for giving me this opportunity. But for real African friends, for our friends, I say that the regulatory authority is welcome. The regulatory authority welcomes you, our brothers, in order to work together and share us your experience related with the regulatory aspect.
Thank you so much for your generosity and spirit to welcome the community here to work with Ethiopia. With that, we come to the end of our panel discussion. A big round of applause, please, to these visionary speakers from ECA, from Webflix, and Africom. Will you please join the audience? Thank you all again so much for joining us. We now come to the last part of the 19th edition of the Innovation Africa Digital Summit, and that is the closing addresses. We have a couple of speakers from Extensia, myself and my colleague Adrian. But before that, I want to invite on stage Her Excellency Huria Ali, State Minister, Ministry of Innovation and Technology, to deliver the closing address on behalf of Ethiopia, the people, and the government. So a big round of applause, please, for our Her Excellency Huria Ali, State Minister. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, State Minister, my brother from Uganda, dear Tariq, Dr. Bashir, Adrian, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Before I commence, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to the organizer, Extension, dear Tariq, I have already mentioned, and my colleagues from Ministry of Innovation and Technology, all stakeholders for the continued effort to organize this summit that brings us all together to discuss the important topic every year. And I would like to thank the event organizer, Flawless as its name tells us as always. The 19th annual Innovation Africa Digital Summit, which aims to development of digital Africa. This year, for the 7th time, the IAD Summit was held in Ethiopia. It has been a great honor and pleasure for the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia to host and welcome ministries, advisors, business owners, delegates, private sectors, panelists, keynote speakers, all distinguished guests in Addis Ababa, the beautiful city we all know. We have to explore what Addis has in the city. Ladies and gentlemen, currently Ethiopia is undergoing a massive transformation, strengthening its political, economical, and social ties. In the last 3 years, by the homegrown economic policy and liberalization, our economy has shifted dramatically. Our government has believed that technology advancement, especially ICT and digitalization, is vital to our country's prosperity. Various national strategic documents has been launched and high-level implementation follow-ups reflected this reality. The ICT sector and digital transformation is one of the key priorities area that include in the homegrown economic strategy and 10-year development plan. To implement Digital Ethiopia 2025 strategy and achieve an innovative startup ecosystem and drive the innovation momentum. Conferences like the Innovation Africa Digital Summit play an important role in knowledge transfer, industry linkage, and business opportunity for the sectors, especially for our private sectors. IAD presents yet another opportunity to discuss the questions that will help shape the digital economy and ICT sector in African continents as well. During the first day, through a well-organized of panels and keynote speaks, we have a comprehensive and fruitful discussion on how the transition from telco to telco and how the scorecard helped in resolving the digital divide between countries, how digital ecosystem work, and how their products and services can be used for success in the rapid evolving landscape, and how ICT impacts in transforming our banks, health sectors, and how the ICT startup ecosystem is rapidly growing to meet the needs of their communities, how to create strong ICT policies and roadmaps that can help African countries to maximize the benefits of using ICT, how innovative business models are essential for Africa's ICT sector growth and development, and how to leverage partnership between governments and the private sectors. Moreover, discussion was conducted on Digital Ethiopia 2025 strategy goal is creating a thriving digital ecosystem that will bring together businesses, government agencies, and citizens in a transparent and secure digital environment. On the second day, that's today, we focused on the future of tech in shaping Africa that is a forefront of technological advancement and innovation, the need to investment on broadband infrastructure to expand Africans' digital economy. How to bridge the digital divide by providing subsidies for internet connectivity and mobile devices, establishing e-learning centers in rural communities and schools, and training local youth on how to use ICT tools, how to bring social impacts and environmental sustainability through ICT, and how to regulate ICT innovations as a country level and as a continent. Ladies and gentlemen, the main cause of this summit helps to observe the existing opportunities and regulatory challenges in the innovation and digital ecosystems and the cooperative approach to overcome the challenges and maximize the opportunities that we are incurring. We all method the several solutions, technologies, informations, knowledge aiming at accelerating the national agendas. Solution showcases demonstrated affordable solutions, and above all, we are brothers and sisters now as we draw from the same set of knowledge, hence networked for life. The next step is important as we need to translate what we have gained into concrete actions of accelerating the national agendas. To this end, we again promise to carry out the activities of the Innovation Digital Africa Summits every 1 year with the full support and cooperation of Ministry of Innovation and Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I call on all stakeholders to coordinate and increase efforts to ensure that everyone has an access to the global digital economy and ICT to promote social, economic, and environmental sustainability as inclusive development. In closing, once again, please allow me to give my heartfelt thanks to all speakers who have come from far away, which is out of Addis. And as I have told you, you have to explore Addis. You will enjoy our warmness, hospitality as Ethiopians. And those who came from Ethiopia and spent yesterday and today with us. And to meet member state delegations which have taken part in the conference and the states they represent. To our sector members, from their continuing support, many have been present in delegations and others have been following the conference remotely. Finally, I want to thank the people who made this happen, primarily people from Extensia and my colleagues from Ministry of Innovation and Technology. Hope to see you always in Ethiopia. Thank you so much.
A big round of applause, please, for Her Excellency Huria Ali, State Minister, Ministry of Innovation and Technology, Mint. Thank you so much for all your support for our conference. Thanks to the entire team of Mint. We greatly appreciate all your honesty and warmth in making this event possible. I'd like to now invite Adrian Hall, COO of Extensia Limited, to please come up on stage and give some of his closing addresses. A round of applause, please, for my colleague Adrian Hall.
You, madam. You're still here. Thanks to everybody for your participation. I'd just like to say a very special thanks to Her Excellency for being a demonstration of Ethiopia's commitment to women in ICT from the very top, and for giving an excellent speech. And thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. So my job at this stage of the event is a very nice one, actually. It's to say thank you to everybody for joining us, for being a member of the Extensia extended family, the IAD family. Some of you are new to the family, welcome. Some of you not so new, welcome back. This is a big room, actually, and I think it belies exactly what has happened over the last couple of days, because you may not be aware, but we've had 348 delegates present here over the last 2 days. We've on the conference program side, you've enjoyed 40 speakers, 7 keynotes, 8 panels, 3 fireside chats, which were a new format to us, but I think you'll agree they've gone down very well and have proved their worth. We had a new format called the Showcase Shark Tank, where we looked at new innovators and innovations and allowed them to show their innovations to a team of experts who could show them how to develop those commercially. From the participation, like I said, 348 delegates, 16 countries have been represented. We've had 13 media houses, so thank you to the media for their participation. Special thanks must go to our partners, Extensia's partners, which is the Ministry of Innovation and Technology, His Excellency Belletti Muller, who was with us on the first day, and postponed a very important trip so that he could be with us and share his participation. Her Excellency, Uri Ali, thank you very much. Honourable Godfrey Kime from Uganda, the State Minister for ICT and National Guidance, thank you very much for your participation. Dr. Bashir Gwandu, good friend of the Extensia family, and in a new role as the EVC and CEO of the National Agency for Science, Engineering and Infrastructure in Nigeria, who made a very special effort to be with us. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Huawei, Wingu, and Raxio for their kind sponsorship, without whom we can't do these events because we need to finance them. So thank you very much, and we look forward to further participation in future events. So please, thank you. I'd like to thank Flawless, the young lady over there, who's a very active supporter of the Extensia family, and her team for doing a fantastic job of making everything run smoothly. Thank you very much. A couple of people specifically from Ethiopia who helped greatly in the organization of this event is a young gentleman by the name of Teshom Worku, and another young gentleman by the name of Siu Mengese. Thank you very much for your help and support in making sure that the event came together nicely. Thank you very much. And for the rest of the Mint team and our friends from Ethiopia who had an active role in making sure that the event went well during the event. So thank you to all of you for your participation, much appreciated, and we've enjoyed your involvement with the event, but most importantly for you. That's all of you, for your active participation, for your willingness to do this every time I do it. Except now. Go on, you can do it one more time. Thank you very much. And we look forward to seeing you in the very near future. We have an event coming up in Tanzania, Zanzibar actually, which is quite a nice place. We went there just recently. If you fancy coming to see us in Zanzibar, then let us know. We will make all arrangements as usual, and we look forward to your active participation there and in future events. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. We come now towards the end of our 19th Innovation Africa Digital Summit, the 7th one in Addis Ababa. We have very fond memories of our earlier summits over here. In fact, I celebrated during the summit a few years ago my birthday here also. So this is a very personal moment for all of us over here. Not today. This is in March. In March. Okay. So next week, I'm going to share with all of you a very detailed report of all that we discussed in this conference. Very hard to summarize right now. But very briefly, we began at a sort of 30,000 feet overview of what's happening in different countries, in different industries. We talked about telco to techco. One of our speakers took us through the
20-year journey of ICTs. 20 years ago, this was the best device on the market. This still is pretty good, by the way. You can drop this in coffee, beer, milk. It still works. Battery life of 1 week. So don't count out these devices yet. But we're now coming to a very different world now. We talked about the not just exponentially changing technologies, but how they are converging. And we're now seeing a lot of capabilities because AI, ML, data centers are all coming together. We talked also about how last year when we all met here, the shadow of COVID was still on us. In fact, some of our delegates dropped out because of COVID, but hopefully the ghost is now in the past and we don't have to deal with these kinds of pandemics anymore. But a key lesson of the pandemic stays with us, which is digital is center stage and digital will be center stage of all that we do. It's an always on embedded kind of a society. Um, some of the photographs and highlights of the previous sessions are on Twitter. If you look at hash IDS 2023, you can see some of the highlights captured there on Twitter also, but you'll get a much more detailed, as I mentioned, a report to you next week. Um, some of the panelists in the course of the day, yesterday and today, talked about how ICTs are all about the 3 E's: enhance, enable, enrich. We had another speaker talk about policy, partnerships, power. I'm going to sort of borrow on these frameworks and come up with my framework to summarize what we discussed in the last 2 days, which is the 3 E's: excellence, empowerment, and ecosystem. So I begin with the first one, excellence. We talked about how today consumers and businesses expect a lot out of digital. It's now mission critical infrastructure for our lives, for our works, and so on. We talked about AI, ML, cloud data centers. A brand new data center was opened yesterday, for example. We talked about how companies have to be innovative and agile if they want to continue to be excellent. We heard about the contributions of disciplines like design thinking, customer journey maps to map out what customers really want. And we also talked about how you need to go beyond technology to the foundations, data, and therefore data privacy, governance, and alignment of frameworks across Africa. We also talked about empowerment, and there's a very interesting shift in the language. So, till about 5-10 years ago, inclusion was the big buzzword: give people access to technology, and then they are included. Today, it has shifted to empowerment. People need to not just get access to technology, but use it to create content, products, services, transactions, commerce, and so on. So, we talked a lot about how this inclusion and empowerment applies to, for example, rural areas in Africa. We also talked about gender centering and elevation. We also talked about, to some extent, assistive technologies for the differently abled. So these are all very important parts of the second piece, which is empowerment. And we ended with a lot of discussion on the third E, which is ecosystem. We had a lot of discussion, not just on innovation, but future innovation, startups and entrepreneurs. And panel after panel talked about the importance of how digital is not just a glue bringing everything together, but an accelerator of innovation and economies in the region. So we heard about, for example, a big plea for better policies on crowdfunding to get crowdfunding for startups. Many people said there is enough money in Africa to power these startups, but there needs to be a platform, a digital platform to channel all this money and the right kinds of policies. We talked about how different parts of Africa are really finding their niche in the whole startup ecosystem. One speaker talked about how Nigeria now has 5 unicorns. So companies, brand new companies, which are now $1 billion in valuation. And we need unicorns sprouting up across all countries of Africa as well. We also talked about the impact of innovation on not just products, but products, services, process, and experiences. We also talked about the importance of national and regional integration, and this whole development of the Continental Free Trade Agreement is the most welcome development in this regard. These are some themes that will come up in our future events as well. As Adrian briefly mentioned, we have the C2C Connect to Connect Summit coming up on 5th to 6th September in Zanzibar, and the big focus is on regional integration, harmonization of economies, and so on. We also have in Abuja, Nigeria on 31st October, November 1st, ADT, Accelerated Digital Transformation, how to make digital relevant for everyone in a country, all consumers and all citizens, digital for everyone. So we come now to the end, which is usually a very bittersweet kind of an experience. The bitter part is, for 2 days, we've all worked together, eaten together, sat next to each other, argued, asked tough questions, but finally came up to some kind of agreement. And we need to say goodbye now. But the good thing about Extension is we're never gone. We're always back. We'll be back here. We've been here for 20 years in this continent doing these kinds of ecosystems, events. Our team is scattered, spread across from Ethiopia, from Addis, thanks to Yodan and her team, up in the UK with Tariq and Miles and Adrian, and myself in India. So we have a pan-continental, pan-global kind of a feel to our events over here. I'm sure you'll appreciate all of that. So I don't really have to say goodbye, but We'll be back. We'll be back again, to borrow the words of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Not all of you may be his fans, but another line I'd love to use from the movie Matrix. You all seen the movie Matrix? Everybody runs. In the digital age, you have to run. You have to keep learning, relearning, unlearning, and keep upskilling, because that's the only way to stay relevant in this field. In addition to all the people who Adrian has thanked, I want to thank a few more people, the hotel staff and all the people here on the AV team, for this fantastic music you were playing in the breaks. Thank you so much. Also, our hotel friends over here who we've met for the last 7 years. Good to see you all here again. The biggest round of applause also goes to our CEO, Tariq. Tariq, will you please stand up? Those of you who have not met him yet. Tariq Malik, CEO of Extensia. We just heard from Adrian Hall, our COO. Adrian, please stand up again one more time. And of course, Miles are the rock, the spine, the foundation of Extensia. All of you must have emailed him. If you haven't met him yet, please go there and shake his hand. So with that, we come to an end. I don't want to say goodbye, but I will say see you again. Good night. Welcome. Coffee's outside. Coffee and tea are served outside. And let's take a group photo, please. May I invite all the speakers from the last panel and Her Excellency Huria Ali to please come up on stage.
By standing. One more round of applause, if we could. Could we just give a brief round of applause, please, or even a rapturous round of applause to Madan? Fantastic job, as usual. Thank you. If you really want it, you gotta feel it. Get down on it. Come on, man. Baby, baby. Get on it. I say, people, what you gonna do? You gotta get on the groove. You want your body to move. Tell me, baby. How you gonna do it if you really don't wanna dance? By standing on the wall. Get your up. Tell me, how you gonna do it if you really want to take a chance? By standing on the wall. Get your back up. Cause I really feel saying. Dancing. What you gonna do? You wanna get out? What you gonna do?